Hey, Argos. Good, how are you? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I've like completely spaced. Like I was thinking about it earlier in the week, and then I was like sitting here and I was like, I feel like I had something on Saturday. And then I was like, fuck! Oh, cool.
Okay. The last one.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Who is here? Hi, Gabe.
Yes, hi there. Didn't realize you got in here before me. Yep. Sure. Yep.
Awesome.
Cool. Cool. Awesome. All right. So, what have you heard, Woody?
Um,
Has begun the healing process, but it's very much a there's a lot of Hey there, everybody. I'm Gabe. I am the consoles head of Mag West, in fact, and a console staffer at Super Mag Fest, the main event. Since Mag Super was canceled for this year, and Mag Virtual was subsequently canceled shortly thereafter, consoles itself is just doing its own little shindig, essentially, our own little mini event in lieu of that, and we're just going to be hosting a flight school of sorts for anybody who wants to learn more about Killer Queen Black. I specifically am one of the students, since I am actually fairly mm, inexperienced in competitive play as far as Killer Queen is concerned. But yeah, this is an opportunity to just get to learn Killer Queen and do so in the presence of other new folks who are from the mag community. So it's a chance for everybody to get to know each other.
Absolutely. So I'm Woody. Flight School was a project that I launched with another Killer Queen arcade member, Clarkson, back in late 2018. We started making produced video content and tutorials in order to explain different approaches and strategies, how to run openers, different techniques, basically beginner and intermediate tutorials to try to level up everyone. A big reason why we started out on this project is um, like all video games, the consolidation of knowledge on how to play well competitively can be pretty intense. And with the challenges facing arcade, especially at that time, was that since physically everyone is super isolated, the capacity for people to like share that information was pretty limited because you weren't on forums discussing all the strategies. You were at your local arcade, and so knowledge was really consolidated within scenes, and they only learned by playing against each other. So basically, we took the like consolidated information of like how do most teams open, how do most teams play well, what are the strategies teams are employing. And we made tutorial guides on that in order to help brand new scenes play at a like competent level and start practicing the best practices that'll like scale into the future, and also help developing players around the country who come from pre-existing scenes to grow and develop. Then the pandemic set in, and we were also kind of met with this crisis of like, well, there's no more arcades, so like, what are we even doing as a channel? What am I even doing as a person? And I started to get more and more into Killer Queen Black, and so we transitioned some of the content that we were producing towards Killer Queen Black, because I've been really playing it and taking the Indie Gaming League really seriously. And now we've got a few videos out of produced content for Killer Queen Black. Most of our Killer Queen Black content has been a lot like this. Office Hours, which was an arcade thing we started back in the early of 2020. Just getting people together, talking about the game, looking at the game, playing the game, which naturally fits itself more for Black, where like we're going to be able to hop on and play together right now, right? And we'll just be able to discuss things live rather than having to like analyze. Um, and Killer Queen, yeah, and Killer Queen Flight School, like we'll cast games and stuff like that of other people doing commentary and stuff like that. But that's pretty well where the group exists right now.
Yeah, it popped up for about 2 seconds and then disappeared. There it is.
So the basic portions of the worker, when you first spawn, you can only just move left or right and jump. So you have to use the platforms. You can't fly like the others. So you just fall around the map. And big priority is you want to get a berry. Once you have a berry, your attack button becomes active. So the button that other players will use to dash, you can use to throw a berry. And this is useful for a lot of reasons. Stunning opponents, you saw me stun Gabe Sweetroll, my own player. But if I peg Argwas, he gets bounce back, which can help you get away from things. You can also use the berry throw to throw berries into your hive. And if, like we mentioned, that's one of the objectives, is if you get all your berries in your hive, then you win. The workers are the only ones that can ride the snail. And when you have the berry, you're able to use these gates, so long as they are neutral colored, like they start at the beginning of the game, or your team's color. When you go into the gate, you can choose between one of the two things. I went to the right there. Once I've locked in, you can just move your stick or directional pad or whatever you're using to the right. And I selected speed. I can now move faster, and I can actually combo this and get up as a speed sword. Once you are a warrior, though, you can't ride the snail, and you can't pick up berries. You can kick them around, so I could try to knock some in, but it's not super reliable. But now, I'm able to kill things, and I can work with my queen to help kill Argwas, helping to achieve the military victory. And that's kind of the basics of being a worker. You're able to push either of the objectives, berries or a snail, and you're able to get up on mill to help facilitate pushing those operations or achieving military victories. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, if you just want to kill me, I can go and demonstrate one of the other ones. So
We can also demonstrate color gates.
Yeah. Actually, Argos, you want to tag middle? So now you can see the middle gate is blue, and I'm no longer able to use it. But if Gabe comes and tags it, it becomes gold once again, and I can use this time grabbing what looks to be a mace upgrade. And so the mace, I don't have a dash. When I activate my attack, I start spinning my mace around. And whatever I hit with the ball makes impact. So it's a really interesting counterplay dynamic that you have there. And then there's some finer points about like each of these tools. Like the mace always starts spinning right where it is, and sounds good. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, we can leave that for hour 3.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What, just anywhere? Or... Oh, sure, yeah. So speed, of course, makes you move faster, and that holds true on the snail. You're going to move quicker. But one of the interesting ones is that it changes the way throws work for berry throws pretty intensely, because you kind of throw it with less of a loft and a further distance. So it's funny because people will spend lots of time getting really good at throws, but then if they have speed, it functions differently. So it's one of those things where like you can easily hit different throws, but I can kind of launch these a much further distance than I usually could. Um, I think that's mostly it, right? Oh, that are you talking about because you move faster, but also if another worker gets consumed? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You. Oh yeah. So when you're on snail, of course you're moving faster. If we had another worker, we demonstrate that you also eat the other drone faster. And then when you're on snail, your life can be super important sometimes. So if something's coming in to clear you, you can jump off in any direction. So you see, I jumped towards Argwas, which gave Argwas a pretty easy punish, because that was the direction that they were coming from. Whereas if I'm moving and I see them coming that way and I hop off this way, it's much harder for them to come get me, and I'm moving towards Gabe in this circumstance. Sounds good. Mm-hmm. No, yeah, that seems like the core crux of it is you use all the military pieces, the queen and the warriors, to like create chokeholds and occupy space to make moving for your opponents very difficult.
Right about in
Well, to facilitate
Marcus,
objective.
you're on mute. On your mini boss stream, you're actually on mute. I can hear everyone else. Just didn't want you to waste explanations on that stream at least. So, yep, just FYI.
Thanks. Yeah, I had the stream muted, so I didn't notice. Sorry.
Yeah, same.
I will let you know when I can hear it.
I will as well.
Fortunately, I had streamed on Flight School, so I caught your audio.
Is it OBS?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
You can hear me on stream now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Awesome.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and talk about, we'll just go through that explanation again super quick. So, what we have going on here, Killer Queen Black is a game about space, and it's a game about efficiency. So, what I mean by that is, if you take specific zones of control from an opponent, like for example, if I went and killed Woody here, Woody's going to go and try to throw berries into the hive. So if I control this vertical space over here, I can go and stop Woody from being able to handle that objective, because I am the closest thing in between that objective and what they're trying to be able to do. So I can physically put myself in that space. I can knock berries around. Like, that zone of control means that that berry pressure is now a lot harder to be able to get through. Not impossible. I can miss and Woody can get through, which is what we saw a little bit earlier. But by making that application, I now have, I now can stop an objective from occurring. On the other side of that, Gold can try to counter this by either getting up, pushing a different objective, like going for the snail, which means I have to come down here right now and stop Woody from winning. Or he could get up as a warrior to be able to push me around, because that space now overlaps, especially if there's two weapons. So I'm on last right here. I now in a position where I need the two people can kind of work together to be able to stop me. If I go and move in one direction, that can push other people to go and kill me in response. So if I go and try to kill Woody, that puts me in a position where Gabe can kill me. But it's about the mechanics at that point for how do you be able to go and finish that stuff off. So go ahead and, there it is. So I choose military victory, and Gold ends up winning that way. So, now that we have that a little bit more covered, Woody, you started to talk a little bit about spacing. I wanted to talk a bit about team dynamics for spacing and baiting in particular.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick a new set of maps. Woody, would you mind taking Queen?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about how spacing works. In general, since this game is about trying to control more avenues of how the game is, about where people can move and what the progression is, and that's constantly changing and evolving, one way that the way to be able to change that pressure is by removing the opponent's pieces from the board, obviously, but when you are making an engagement with somebody, yeah, let's go ahead and get you a speed sword up to be able to showcase some of this a little bit better.
Alrighty.
Alright, so speed sword. there's ranges in which we can have this influence. So as a queen, I have a maximum range by which I can go and attack people. So if we can go ahead, I'm going to go ahead and take an attack on Woody. Like right there at the, I can go about the extent of the platform, and then I drop off. And in that drop off, I now don't have any ability to attack anymore. I'm on cooldown. So during that time period, if I'm in a space where Woody is around me, he can take advantage of that because I have acted first and I am now on cooldown. Therefore, when you're attacking people, you want to be the second person to engage at all times. So once again, I'm going to go and attack Woody. Bam. So I look like I'm within range of Woody. I make my attack. He pulls me out a little bit and he attacks back. Gets that second position, gets the kill. That's like one of the ways that workers and queens can be able to accomplish the military victory.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Woody.
I often think of it in terms of like threat ranges. Like you have to respect this, like you have a bubble around you that is like the bubble of space that you can easily move into, right? So if I'm here, let's just talk about ignoring the fact that the queen has a dive, but I can like fall and occupy all of this space around this location, right? I have a lot of control over this space. And that space is basically like one dash widths, the width that a dash is, but it's also like a little wiggle, right? Because if I move into a dash, I move a little further. If I move away from a dash, I move a little tighter. And so it's a little bit extra. So when you get near another queen, you have to respect that they have that same ability, or any sword piece. You have to respect that same ability. So the distance that you see Argos and I like flirting with here, that we're like not getting too close to, is we're not getting within one dash range of our opponent. We're trying to avoid getting within their dash range, but we're trying to like enter it when they don't think we're going to catch a kill.
And this map probably demonstrates it the best. Is you see how they're flying is I believe that's called staircasing, is the pattern of flight to quickly move and gain space throughout a map. And each map has a different flow to it. Every map has a path through it to quickly reach a different objective point on the map.
Talk about staircasing in this level.
This one's a fun one.
So another concept that we've been kind of like implicitly talking about but haven't explicitly said is the concept of wraps. Meaning that if you don't see a wall on the other side of the map, you can go into that space. So if I go and jump over here, like drop down, this is an open area and I flood back over to the other side of the map. So I'm over here like controlling the space that exists in between the two hives. Yeah. And like this is a important space for me to be able to control for reasons of berries and stuff.
Yeah, so, and it's wild how open this map is. Like, I'm here directly below you, and you've got this advantage, and then, like, all of a sudden I'm on, like, top of you, right?
Yep.
Like, this much, like, the two wraps being so close to each other here is really interesting about nesting in specific.
Yep.
But the horizontal and vertical wraps are present on a lot of maps.
Yeah. Yep. So when we're doing that staircasing, like, it's very easy to kind of get caught on these little platforms here, but if you can avoid them, there's this nice path here that goes in between the two spots. If you keep on falling, you maintain your vertical momentum in the same way that Woody's doing right here. There we go. Get mine in. I can also disrupt it, and since you're kind of going in that same momentum, I can quickly like use my spacing to say that I am currently able to catch you as you're making that move downwards. So I can kind of like hide in various spots. Like I can hide like right here or so, and as you're dropping down, I can go and intercept you and like claim the kill because like I have an advantage as long as I'm higher.
Yeah.
But if I lose any momentum along the way and catch the platform, I am also dead in the water. So it kind of is like the game that queens are constantly playing. And knowing that that is the game that the queens are constantly playing means that you, as a worker, can go and try to help disrupt your the opposing queen and help yours.
Yeah, did we want to, maybe this is a later topic, but do we want to expand on like the queen footsies with like the dive cancel potential?
I think we should talk about that one a little bit later.
Sounds good.
Let's talk a bit about spacing with weapons other than sword as well, because we've basically what we've talked about for queens applies for swords, but not as much for maces. So let's have Gabe go back up to queen on the gold side.
Yep.
Okay. And I just realized I have maps in here that don't have mace in the mix, but this one does.
There we go.
This has all three, in fact. So
Yes, it
you can
does.
showcase all of them.
All right. We haven't talked about the third weapon quite yet, but we'll get to that in a little bit in this map. All right. Let's go to get up a mace.
Oh, it's center gate up silly.
Nice. Okay. So mace and subsequently the gun, they have a problem which they move slightly slower than a worker and way slower than a queen because of all of our mobility. So what Woody's got going on here is a ball that, as we said before, rotates around your spot. And it starts in the... Actually, Woody, you can talk about this a little bit too, because you were going to go into this a little bit earlier.
Oh yeah, sure. So you can see that the ball will start spinning wherever I am. I should be floating for it. And if you're facing leftwards, it'll rotate counterclockwise, whereas if you're facing rightwards, it'll rotate clockwise.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's something to be conscientious of, like where you start it matters. But if you're facing rightwards, the ball starts in this like bottom right, like essentially straight forward, and then immediately rotates bottom right. Whereas if you're facing leftwards, it starts you can like in that position, and then it's going to go the other way. I think that was all I had to say about that earlier.
Okay, cool. So with that rotation, you kind of like know where that ball is going to go. So if I am chasing you, Woody, how should I engage you engage me?
So when I have my ball up, like I can deploy it, because when I spin it, right, it goes down, and then I have a cooldown that I can't use it at all.
Mm-hmm.
And that cooldown is the #1 time that a mace is going to die, because other characters have higher mobility. They're able to get closer to you very quickly. So if I'm spinning, oh, that was a good one, Argos. But so if I'm spinning and a cooldown runs out, oh, Gabe, could you grab middle?
Yep.
Thanks. And my cooldown runs out, that's when I'm most vulnerable. So usually as a mace, you want to be playing that same distance, that like just outside the dash range, so that if Argos commits to a full dash at me, I can rise up for the punish. He did 2 dashes in a row and got out of it because the distancing is kind of hard. But you can see Gabe and I were both there for that. So basically you're playing that same distance, but only for your opponent, right? You only need to be worried about your opponent's dash range. So maces end up much closer to characters than swords do. Because since you have your dash range and they have their dash range, you play a little more out, because the footsies matter more for your opponent. But so a mace, I think that's probably one of the biggest ones, is just being conscientious of their dash range. You also typically, you're looking for them to whiff a dash and then rise up and get a punish, like we just kind of saw. And then top executions on maces from queens are really reliable. Argos, you hit me with one of those earlier, but even if I'm spinning, you saw I went down pretty easily. It's because your head is just like such a large piece that can be targeted. So typically versus queens, you really don't want to let them be directly above you. So you usually play at an angle. You play like slightly below and to the right. Like this is a really hard spot right here for Argos to kill me. It's like a dive. Oh, nice job. Hard, but does it. It's a dive, and then a dash, and then another dive that he's got to hit back to back to get to me there. And if I do like any mobility like out of there, like if I'm spinning and he's like looking for it, rising up here is like really scary for him. That was a scary spot. So you're like making these strikes.
Another thing to know is that since the mace spins up, like over time, there's a window in which it's relatively easy for me to kill them because the cooldown is completed, and when the mace is spinning the fastest, which means I have the most difficulty at getting that kill. So it's a really interesting like guessing game for me for when I'm going to be able to like handle that the quickest. And it's not always easy to be able to make. You can use that positioning to be able to like do that same thing I was talking about with swords earlier, and use your spacing to move backwards a little bit, like as I'm going. So you kind of want to be retreating a little bit as you're getting those last few rotations through with that mace.
Yeah, I want to, like, right there as it is ending, I want to give as much space as possible so that he's not able to punish my cooldown.
And also, that it increases the odds of if I go for it early, I'm going to die. Like, right now, like, I
His cooldown
overextended.
ran out, and mine was up, and was able to hit the punish.
Right, exactly. So you have more time by kind of like dancing away from me to be able to go and get that punish. And also noting that since your mace starts at your head and goes backwards, if you're running away from me, that mace is going to be going in the direction of my face pretty quickly, to my feet at the very least where my hitbox is. So generally speaking, it's to your advantage to be facing away from an opponent who is trying to chase you and attack you. So therefore, mace is very typically a defensive weapon that holds vertical wraps, especially if you can come down on top of people. Height is an advantage that you want to use. And you can also use it for underneath verticals for being able to move a little bit side to side to control that space. So the sword, on the other hand, only tops out in has a threat cone around it that goes upwards and downwards. 45 degrees approximately above and below you. So therefore, your weakness as a sword is above you and below you. Maces can win against swords by being below them when they engage. And also above them for maces. It's a little bit less reliable, but it's definitely there. It's also most effective against queens. So if Woody is like maintaining space above me here, I can't really safely go into this middle, this area and take control of that column.
Yeah, he's got better mobility, so he'll be able to move me out eventually, probably, and sneak up into the other side.
Right, I have to go the other way. But you hold this space right here, this choke point, really solidly as a mace.
And unfortunately, we can't really demonstrate it without another drone, but mace is also the most reliable at deflecting berries away from their base point to prevent economic victory.
Yeah, ledge guarding to defend the hive is really strong from maces versus like solo berries.
Let's define that since we're talking about how do you win at KQB. What is a ledge, and what does that mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So the term ledge guard is referring to the warrior, or the queen can do it, that is stopping your team from getting berries, stopping the enemy team from getting berries into the hive. So like, you can put up a worker and just a warrior and just have them fixated on like stopping the enemy from getting berries in. And essentially, it's called ledge guard because they're physically guarding a physical ledge. Is kind of the misnomer. Like this ledge to me would be like the ledge of nesting that they're guarding. It's kind of I've actually always been kind of curious about how that got universally adopted in KQB, because it makes a ton of sense in KQA, because KQA there's no throws, so you have to jump up here to jump the next berry in. So like physically guarding the ledge, being the ledge guard, makes a lot of sense. But with throws, it's like kill any drone that's anywhere near the hive. They're gonna throw a berry in. But that's essentially, the ledge guard is the one responsible for stopping the enemy's economic victory.
So, quick question then. If we have this ledge guarding thing going on, is it better for a queen to be able to do it because of the higher mobility, or is it better for the worker to do it because of like other reasons?
You want the warrior to be doing it. The queen is going to be better than any like the non-upgraded warrior, any vanilla warrior, at pretty well everything. But that's why it's really important that they're monitoring the map. They're the only one that can tag gates. They need to be playing the whole board. So if your queen is exclusively ledging, you're doing a mistake. But there's also the added benefit of drone scrubbing, which is basically like an effective way to ledge that queens can be really, really good at. Which, like, Argwas can basically, if I go unsupported, just stop me from playing the game. Like, it's here, I'm running away, Gabe comes into support, I still go down. and he can just wait for my cooldown to be over and always come at me every time I try to do anything. And so I'm actually going to go all the way over here, Argos, and Argos can still chase me this way, and I'm trying to get away, and eventually I go down. So, like, it's really hard, fortunately, a berry for me nearby. I have to chuck it because he's right there. Doesn't connect. But it's like, he can just follow me around the map and hunt me. And since queens have such high mobility, them scrubbing drones, just keeping drones down at all times, is a really, really reliable way for them to facilitate the map. And if you kill all the drones, you essentially stop the objective, right? They're not able to throw berries in if you kill them instantly. You got to be cautious about berries near the hive, or if you're unable to get back to like one that's about to dunk one in because you went too far to deny a different one. But queens usually are well suited.
Hey, so
Hey,
I hate
what's
to
up?
cut in here. Gabe, I wanted to give you a heads up. I think Mary's coming back for 7, and I got Conway in for 7 as well, but I'm trying to find you one more person, okay?
Okay, cool.
Cool, thanks.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, cool. So we've established now, like there's an efficiency problem. Like we talked a little bit about how this game is about space, and this game is about efficiency for movements of the players and the pieces around the board. The reason for ledging this being bad as the queen, when I can do like the worker stomping type of strategies that Woody was talking about, is that it's just less efficient for the team to be using their queen in this way, especially when that queen is the only one who can go and tag gates. So when all the gates are the opposite color, the queen's sitting there ledging, it's just going to make it so that your team is eventually going to lose. And there's nothing you can do about that. Like, you can stop and prolong the pain for a bit, but it's not going to be enough for your team to be able to do that unless they have a clear path to their own objective, which, since you're giving away space to the opponent, it's less likely that they're going to be able to push any objective while you go and do that. Cool. You want to talk about iframes quick?
Sure.
All right. Let's lock in with our current group of people.
Sure.
So, when you die, you take about 2 seconds to respawn as any piece. I think it's actually about 3 total.
I think so.
And at that 3rd second, you then walk out of your hive with flashing, meaning that you're invincible for a short period of time. This allows you to be able to move to another objective on the map and do that other thing. However, there's 2 ways that these iframes can be ended early. So right now, I can just go and attack Woody. I can't kill him. But if he touches that berry, the instant he touches that berry, by touching a patch, he is available to be killed again. So
yeah. So you can see the strategy come in there of like, it's a really bad idea if I see Argos right there to keep grabbing from this berry pile, because he's just going to come in and kill me. But with, like, if I grab this berry in the wrap, like, I'm a free kill. Like, he's just going to scrub me. And then if I grab it again, which is right on top of me, I don't have a choice this time. Oh, he kicked it away from me. So instead, I can use my iframes to get, like, to the bottom of the map, or, Argos, go ahead and kill me again. I can use my iframes to run all the way to, like, this section in the middle of the map. And you can see these points at which queens are looking to kill drones right away. And I'm getting all the way here. Look, I've got this berry. Oh, and Gabe's screening that way, and I'm going to get a throw in. And now Argos is all the way over there, and I'm going to get a couple more throws in.
Mm-hmm.
And because
I
use my
space
intelligently, and because Gabe screened for me there, our team was able to get in a couple berries. And eventually Argos is going to get past, or Argos, you could have gone the other way, and then the queens would have been playing for the hive.
Note here that if when Gabe is on iframes as well, on the other side, like with the workers who are like they lose their iframes when touching berries, when a queen touches a gate, they lose their iframes and they become active again.
Oh yeah, why don't we have Gabe kill Argos, and then we'll tag middle, kill Argos and tag middle, and then Argos will demonstrate on middle gate.
Yep, Gabe, try to kill me as soon as I touch that gate. A little bit late on that. But it demonstrates the concept, right? Of that, like, Gabe just went back to middle gate and also spawned on middle gate. So it can be a terrifying gambit for a queen on tagging gates and getting spawn killed right away. Lots of people will be looking for that, the same way that you scrub drones
And we should probably talk about it in terms of spawning warriors too, right?
Yeah. Go ahead with that.
Yeah, so when you get an upgrade of any kind, whether it's like the upgrades like shield and speed, or it's a warrior formation, let's say mace, you also come out blinking. And Argwas, because I was a mace there, has a really good opportunity to look for a spawn kill on me. Maces are exceptionally prone to it due to their poor mobility. I can't really get away from Argwas here, so I use the ledge so that he can't get a vertical punish on me to like get away there, right? But it's a really scary position for me to be in as a mace. Let's look at like a sword. Sword is a little different. Gabe, could you tag right, please? Thank you. Sword's a little different because you have mobility, so it's much harder for a queen to spawn kill you when you can dash away nearly as effectively as she can. She can still use the vertical wrap to get around it. So an extension of that, one of my personal pet peeves is when a speed drone gets speed and the enemy queen is nearby and they grab a berry. Narrowly didn't kill me there, but like that would have been brutal for me. I spent all this time getting the speed upgrade, you know, like maybe I go all the way over here and I grab this upgrade and Argwas is looking at me, and the first thing I do is like run over here and grab this berry, and then he's right there, and then now I'm doing this and I have to like clash him and I have to run across the whole map. I'm doing all this work when go ahead and kill me.
I just realized we haven't talked about shield yet, so we'll cover that soon.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. If instead I get speed here and Argwas is looking for the punish, I like run through the wrap, run all the way over here, throw a berry back. Look, I'm gone. I'm gone. Gabe screens a little bit, and I get a speed sword. So being conscientious of your iframes is always valuable. Did you just want to talk about shield generally?
Yeah, let's talk about that because we've talked about we haven't done gun and shield yet.
Yep.
So let's get you up on shield and talk about what shield does.
Cool. So shield is, as it says, it is a protective physical shield that the drone acquires in front of it. So if anything comes and clashes it, you bounce off and the shield will respawn. But you can also push with it. So if you go up against a character that isn't moving, I can just push Argwas. Doesn't work that often against military opponents, but if we had another worker on the screen, I could show you some severe applicability of how you can just push other workers out. So on some maps, this is really critical because you'll have workers stopping you from like moving into places that you find valuable, or like bumping you out of gates is a big one. You know, I'll fall down here and I'll be bumping over and over as a vanilla against a worker that's trying to not let me get up. But if they're trying to stop me, I can just push them away and get into the gate.
The other thing about note about that is when I make that, when I break that shield for a few seconds, that is the exact same mechanic of two weapons coming in contact with each other, in which both parties are pushed away as if they had been hit by like a berry or something like that. They can't act, they can't fly up more, they can't do any inputs for about a half second. And the distance between those two is different than the berry stuns, which are dependent on the berry's velocity, or body bumps. Gabe, I'm going to walk up to you really quick, and I'm just going to bump your body. When we bump, I can take actions again after like a really short duration. It's not quite the same, but during those bumps, my movement is displaced, and I am pushed out like in directions based on where that body bump occurred and what angle they occurred from. So if I go and do that body bump up here, we're gonna separate horizontally. If we bump like vertically here, there. Like there's gonna be a bit of a vertical bump, and you can kind of bump people down a little bit by, as a worker, jumping on people's heads. Woody, would you mind demonstrating in here? Just jump on. Boop, boop.
So he's got to be tapping pretty hard to resist me. You definitely can push up against it, but you can tell how much slower he's rising than if it was just like a normal rise where you snap up so quickly. Mm-hmm. Look how much faster that is. You can also bump in directions. Like the X and Y are disconnected, so like you can get both a vertical and a horizontal movement on the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, Shield strats oftentimes will be about controlling specific space where it's difficult. Like, I need to be able to get in a particular place, and it's difficult for me to do it. So Woody, go down to that snail.
Yep.
All right, so now he's got that shield out there. Yeah, I can't go and easily take him out from the lower side, like to get a quick kill snuck in here. And Gabe can go and like counter because of that shield. You see that amazing move that Woody just did there? He just rotated the shield towards me as I was moving towards him, causing a bump out. I have no way to be able to control myself right now, and Gabe can just tag me in the back because he has complete dominance on my current position.
Yeah, that was a good presentation of like how you can use the shield offensively with a teammate. Because since that clash does stop the enemy who clashed you from being able to move, that means that it's going to also make it so they're vulnerable to like a pincer mechanic, where two characters strike the same character at comparable times.
Get a gun here? Yeah, it's time to talk about gun.
Yep.
The gun is amazing. It shoots a straight laser beam across. It's like 90% of the map that it covers. I mean, how far does it go?
It's
like
from
80% of the map.
Yeah, that's like 85%.
Yeah, it's like 85% of the map, something close to that.
Amusingly,
it nearly gets back to me.
It's about, by the way, take a shot from that middle of that gate again.
Sure.
Yeah, right there. Look at that. It is about the place it's short of is one dash away from the queen.
Yeah. So it covers the whole map. It goes in a straight line. Doesn't matter if you're falling or whatever. It'll just go in that straight line when you shoot it. You can also see I'm on cooldown. My character is flashing for so long.
Cooldown's like 5 second space, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. So it's a tough one because gun has no maneuverability. It also has like next to no defense. It's in all ways like a glass cannon. So gun mechanics oftentimes really rely on keeping your space from your opponents, like lots of space from your opponents, and then striking as they come in, because you're scary the whole time you have your shot. But if I'm like anywhere else and I shoot, I wasn't expecting to get you.
No, I actually jumped into it so you could.
Oh,
Yeah.
Gun and screen wrap are a powerful combination.
Yes.
How easy it is to kill me when I'm on cooldown. So like if I'm up here and I shoot this shot, oh no, like it's so easy. Like it's a free kill for Argwas. I mean, I can do some fancy maneuvering, but asking yourself to just, and plenty of people are good enough to dance around even the greatest queens. But it's a tall ask to avoid. Which actually, since we haven't really covered how speed alters all the weapons. Do we want to do that at a later point?
I mean,
like cover speed with all of them, or do you want to talk about speed gun now?
We in general, I think the lesson we took when I asked you guys to talk about this earlier is that speed basically gives a 35% bonus to like everything you do in terms of how fast it is. It also makes it so that you extend your range and a little bit, and your cooldown is also 35% faster.
Yeah.
So as a speed gun, it's going to be like about 3.3 seconds before he can shoot again. You can see it's already back up now.
Yeah.
Specifically,
so
speed plus any warrior class is especially dangerous for the queen, simply because the queen has the same cooldown. The queen can't get that buff. Only warriors can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's so also
any combination.
One thing that they relatively recently changed is that speed warriors now rise faster when they tap.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of created this dynamic where like queens are the rulers of like verticality, right? If you're below them, they're in a really strong position because they're able to like dab a downwards on you very quickly. And so that's a scary position for you. But speed kind of eliminates some of that because you're able to get above them much quicker. Yes, similarly, like speed mace is incredibly valuable because it the cooldown is so little that, as we were saying, maces are really vulnerable when they're on cooldown, right? But a speed mace is seldom on cooldown. Like, you start spinning, and I can threaten, and then as it's about to cool down, I'm already spinning again. You're already spinning again.
Speed
So
base
there's, like,
is scary.
Yeah, there's very little time, and the ball spins faster, which since every attack is simply, yeah, like if I was a normal mace, I was dead there. I barely got off cooldown to clash that. But since what kills your opponent is the physical weapon, right? For the mace, it's this physical ball has to collide with my opponent. Oh, nice, Argos. And so because of that the ball is spinning faster is really important, because it means that your like vortex of death is stronger. There are less opportunities for your opponent to like avoid the ball. It actually means that even though top executions are still very strong against speed maces, and that they are like strong in general, you're much more likely to clash a speed mace as a queen going for a top execution than you would be a vanilla mace, because the chances that the ball is directly overhead as you're striking or gets overhead as you're striking is much higher, because it's just in that space for more portions of a second. Oh, that was weird.
Come and get me. Okay, so we've talked about the speed concepts is related to those things. One other thing about the shield, it's not in this map, but because like different maps will have different weapons and equipment that you can do. Shield
Actually,
works
it is on this map.
Oh yeah,
bottom,
it was on
bottom with the gun.
bottom right.
But yeah,
bottom,
the shield is especially powerful on that map because of how many ledges there are to be underneath to block the queen's vertical attack.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the thing about that is like shield is particularly hard to get on that map.
Yeah.
It's also the thing about it is like there's a lot of horizontal space to be able to counter things like guns on that particular area, but there's also a lot of open vertical space where the shield is a little bit weaker. So I don't see it too often where people find the time to be able to invest in shield. The point that I wanted to make about that really quick, though, is that shield is like speed in the sense that you can throw that on top of your other weapons. So a sword and a shield together, also known as a sword and board in the community, is a very, very powerful tool. Let's go ahead and get you up sword and board, Woody. Like demonstrate how annoying this is. All right.
Yeah, so sword and boards are really strong because of exactly that. You have this like clash. You have essentially an extra clash, a layer of protection that queens don't have or other warriors don't have, and it just gives you a lot of like protection. Like we talked about top executions a lot with like bases, but it's true for shield drones and it's true for shield warriors. That queens are essentially like wanting to get above the warrior, dash directly over their head, and then dive down on their body to avoid that shield. Is a really common way of killing a character with a shield, or just calling for reinforcements. But shield swords are really, really strong at like most operations, but especially they're really good at like tight spaces or situations where they can be on a ceiling and safeguard their head. So they're really, really good for snail push, especially. And are definitely just stronger than vanilla sword. And I probably would rather have a shield sword than a speed sword.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's a little stronger with that. It's amazing on the gun because it, for the first time ever, gives gun like defensive properties. You can like make a mistake and have a little margin for error because you get like one free clash essentially. And it's only okay on the mace. That's definitely the worst. The worst combo upgrade in the game is definitely getting a shield and then getting a mace. Because as a mace, you want to have your ball spinning constantly, pretty much. And then with a shield, it goes away when you attack. So if you get a shield mace, it's like always, the shield is seldom up.
The only thing that a shield mace does is it allows you to be able to control space more effectively by being able to push things out before you do your mace, which is not a common thing to do, but it does happen every once in a while. Do you want to try?
It's valuable in niche situations. Do you want me to get it?
Yeah, go ahead and get it. All right. let's talk about the niche situations in which that seems to be good. So
Yeah, I mean, it lets me bully you. Like, you have to dash at me. I can just block this out. I get to play, like, right here, right? And then, like, you clash, and now I'm, like, spinning. But it's going to be back up here shortly. And then I can just, like... I can play so much closer to you. Because if you clash me, it can be bad for you. Yeah, kind of like in that situation. I mean, that was definitely, like... Could have gone either way at that point.
Yeah, I was trying to get to the point where I would actually be bounced out by your shield.
This is a funny one. I can stop. He gets me on the return, but I was able to stop Argwas from coming out of that mail slot at least once.
One thing to note about that, by the way, is that the mace spins for longer than it takes to regenerate your shield, so you're guaranteed, even if your shield has been removed, for the wall and ball to be for the shield to be done by the time the ball is done.
Yeah, I will say I feel like Snail is probably one of the most like underrated spots for a shield mace, because you're able to just like box the space out with the shield, and then the moment the shield is over, oh, you're boxing out again with the mace. Oh, and then my shield's back up.
You're also pushed into a position where you
Snail
want to
defense, you're basically infinite.
Yeah.
So
if I'm trying to prevent someone from getting into a space, wall and ball is definitely one of the best at preventing someone from entering a zone. Oh,
assuming, of course, you're facing the right direction at the time you do it.
Totally flipped around. Oh, I got speed on accident.
Oops.
So you can get speed and shield together.
Super drone.
Super drone. I've heard super drone also be known as like new technologies. It seems like the community kind of like has different words for different things kind of coming together. Like one of them, just like a quick little fun nitpick, a bit of lore. The speed shield together with a sword is Voltron, and a speed shield gun is RoboCop. I think there's a wiki where we've gone and compiled all of these listings. It's there's some great stuff there. Okay, so we've talked about those types of tech. Let's see. Do you want to talk about any of the really nitty-gritty tech stuff that people can kind of like throw at you? Like for queens, there's cancels. For warriors, there's the kind of like the dash and back move. And by that I mean not the one that there's one the community basically has banned because it's not the devs' intent and they haven't been able to patch it yet. And there's one in which the can get used really amusingly, like when you dash against a wall.
So the wobble, baby.
The wobble. All right, talk about the wobble, Woody.
So wobbling in KQB is when you dash into a ledge. You like that I would call this a wobble, like that, like just the rise and dash into the ledge. Mm-hmm. But where it really gets its name from is the wiggle that you can do. Like you hit the ledge and then you can turn around really quickly. And that sword the whole time is active. So there's like it's hard. This map isn't really a good demonstrator of like when it's useful, but like if Argwas is too close, I could like look for the wobble on him. I've actually looked for this specific kill where like a queen is diving down this vertical channel that we're in right now, and I've like looked for the wobble right here. Because the only other way you can get that rising kill is to like be rising up, go here, and then dash like that.
Yep.
But I've never hit it, so I don't think it's good there. But on maps like Helix, it's really strong because you can prevent, like if the queen comes in to clear you, it allows you to turn the fact that you're backed up into a wall and extremely vulnerable into a point of aggression and a vulnerability point for them. It's definitely like not a highly applicable tech. It happens rarely, but it does happen, and when it does, it is so dope.
It's the wobble can also, just like what you just did right there, it makes it so that your spacing from what your opponents are expecting to do to be able to like be on the second attack, you can go in as the first attack on that using a wobble, and suddenly like, you're not spaced in the way your opponent does, so they activate their thing, or it's like, oh, I'm going to be the second to attack, and your cooldown's up faster, and they don't have the space. They're now in the spot where they can get killed.
Yeah, that's a good point, because dashing definitely makes people think that you're going to like be in a moving, especially like queens have the cancel that we'll talk about, but warriors, like you experience full dash. So like one of my favorites is actually Argwas, go down to like one of the side gates.
Sure.
One's fine.
Yeah.
But like, there's a strong thing actually like push out to like right here, where I am.
Oops, too far.
But so if like the
let's get back
queen
up
is
again.
like trying to like hold this space and take it from someone, yeah. So like move your body to like right where I am, and I'll be over here.
Okay.
So like if you're like coming down and like you see me start to dash, you probably think I'm gonna hit a dash to like right here. Like say you have a drone that's like a drone here that's hopping up and it's gonna hop up and get in that gate, and you see a warrior like floating down looking for that, and they hit a dash, like that's the punish you're looking for. But if instead I dash into that ledge and you bite, then I'm getting that kill on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like you can really fake people out with it. It's kind of hard to do on this ledge. I've done it more on pod. This is kind of a weird spot for it. I like had some struggle reproducing. Yeah, but like right here, like this movement is just like really confusing, I think, for opponents a lot. Because like if you're expecting me to be standing here and you're doing a dash dive punish on me, but all of a sudden I'm here, I get that kill that we just saw. That's probably like the extent of its applicability. I feel like is like fake out maneuvers. Oh no, it does help get you quicker denials. So like on this gate, if I like come up and I hit that, I'm denying this gate. Like if an enemy worker, I guess I should do it over here, but if an enemy worker is going for this blue gate and I hit that, I'm killing the worker that's trying to get into the gate, which is much quicker than, it's like one tap quicker, essentially, at this point, than if I were to like rise up and try to go over the gate.
Mm-hmm. It's also not reliable because sometimes you can just go over the worker as they're in the gate.
Yep. Yeah, you can over tap. And also, interestingly here, for a really tight punish, I'm protected by Gabe from where he is. Until Argos just lit
Sorry,
us up.
I thought that was the cue to attack.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Get that gate.
So like Gabe was, yeah, check this gate for me, Gabe.
Oh.
So Gabe was like safeguarding that section, and then Argos punished us when Gabe backed up a little bit. But like I can't really hit the denial on this gate. Like if I fly over it to deny this gate, I'm like right next to Argos, and Argos is gonna kill me for free. But if I wobble it and deny it this way, I'm like back off before, like right here, I'm outside of Argos's attack range.
And
so
that
my
led to that
cooldown
kill.
was up by the time you were hitting me.
Right, exactly.
So you heard it here. Go out, and if you get a sword, only wobble. It's the only thing you should do. Wobble the whole game long. Don't do that.
It's really
It's a
really
very niche deck.
It is, but it's something that they just bear in mind that opponents can kind of do because it's a spacing trick. And
Yeah.
as we said before, this game is about space and about efficiency.
Yeah. We are on Helix, so it actually probably is the best demonstration of why it's useful. Like, the enemy's running berries, and then the enemy queen comes to clear. So I'm getting these. That worked out well for me. Come from the top.
Yep, coming in from the top.
So Argos pushes me back. I'm backing off. This is a really bad spot for me, but I can look for that, and I get the clash, and I get out as a result of it, right? Because if I'm backed into the wall, Argos comes in and is backing me into a wall, and I dash towards, that's really not good for me. I should have died there. I got lucky. And it's really tough because, again, queens are great at top executions. And, this is actually a good demonstration. If we're both on a ceiling, I'll probably accidentally kill you if we try to do it, but if we're both on a ceiling and we dash towards each other at, like, the same time...
3, 2, 1, go.
We'll either clash, or a lot of times Argos will actually, like, get the kill.
3, 2, 1.
Oop, I just did it the wrong time. But lots of times the queen will get the clash there because something that's important is the physical changes that your character makes when it moves. When a warrior is dashing, you can see that they like dip down a little bit, especially on like falling dashes. You dip down a ton, and queens are able to like, oh, that's funny.
Whoops.
Queens are able to like exploit the fact that you like dip your head down, revealing your own hurt box for them to hit. So oftentimes, especially mid-air, swords are vulnerable to queens looking for that exploit.
Most important thing, being able to dance.
Yes.
Okay. So putting all of that together, let's talk a little bit more about positioning regarding baits and screens, also known as picks. Let's see. So yeah, switch up with Woody and Gabe here. Woody is queen. Gabe is, yep, very good. So we've talked a lot about some of the individual mechanics that you can do as an individual player. But where this game starts to really shine is when the team kind of comes together to be able to accomplish all of their objectives by holding as much space as possible and keeping the lines open to be able to push objectives. When it comes down to how to be able to alleviate pressure, meaning that when someone's making an aggressive attack or is pushing their position into your territory, the best way to alleviate it is to remove the pain points that they're causing. Now, to be able to do that, like, there's a little bit of a psychological game here. Why don't we, Gabe, get up as a mace here.
All right.
What I'm going to show you guys is the idea of, like, when we're trying to be able to alleviate that pressure, there's things you can do to be able to, like, reverse that on your opponent. So, Gabe, for example, Woody, stay outside of where Gabe is for a bit. I'm going to go and try to chase Gabe. Gabe, move into Woody, where his position is. So he's going to be somewhat nearby. I'm going to go and try to attack you when your thing is down. Move into Woody. And as you pass by Woody, Woody is now in a position where not only is the mace going in a direction where I have to time that, but Woody can go and get the punish on it. So you can withdraw your space into opponents' threat zones to be able to lure them into attacking you. And therefore, when they've made the attack, you can go and get a kill on them. So I'm going to go and try to attack Gabe right now, but then because I made that attack, Woody will now be able to get the kill on me. Even if I kill Gabe and Woody's nearby, it sets him up to be able to do a punish. And these can be called trades. Like in chess, if I'm going to go and take your piece, at times, if you're set up in an appropriate way, you can then trade backwards, and you want to trade up pieces. So you want to trade up your bishops for the rooks. You want to trade your pawns for the knights. You want to trade the rooks for the queens. That type of movement is very analogous to what this game is. So for me, like, if I'm a warrior and I take out an opposing speed warrior, I've won the exchange, because that's more time the opponent has invested in getting that particular thing compared to my loss of life. So you want to set these picks up with these values of pieces in mind. And the way I kind of equate those things in my mind is every berry is worth like a point in terms of your trades, and a queen is worth about 3 points. So the 3 points is like a queen is worth a Voltron. A queen is worth a Robocop for these exchanges. So if I trade a warrior for a queen life, I am absolutely okay with that. Queen lives actually increase in value as you lose them. So a queen life for a queen life is fine as long as I'm winning the attrition war on them. So right now, queen lives are equal again because both queens are on the same number of lives. So at this point, if I was to go and kill Gabe when Woody's in the appropriate place, that's just checkmate and you win.
If I hit it, right?
Right? That's the thing. Sometimes this game is about execution to be able to go and win those punishes, but like by going and pulling me in that appropriate way, like you will set yourself up with a higher probability to win, and over time, if you miss some things mechanically, you'll win in the long term. So with that, let's talk about snail baits, which is related to this screen passing. What do you want to talk about that?
Snail baits?
Snail baits, yes.
Just talk about how, so like it Gabe's on the snail.
Yep.
Essentially, Argwas has to like come and clear the snail, and the process of doing so, here he's got a pretty good out rightwards. I can't really defend both in this situation where he's got that dive out bottom, but I'm essentially looking for the punish on as Argwas is like going to get the snail. Basically, like how we were talking about footsies was like me and Argwas playing like a dash range away from each other and like manipulating that distance with each other. You basically do that with the snail instead. So instead of playing Argwas, I'm playing the snail, and I have to like care about Argwas. as far as he's able to strike at me. But mostly I'm caring about the attacking the snail, which seems weird because it's like, oh, but your teammate is on the snail. Why are you attacking the snail? But it's because Argwas is going to clear the snail, and then Argwas, you will be in the place that the snail is, and thus I know if I attack the snail as you're attacking the snail, and I get there second, I'll pick up the kill and secure the win.
This, by the way, is the reason that snail victories are a little bit less common than the other types of victory, because it forces the opponent to put their pieces into play to be able to stop the snail from winning, which means that military victory becomes a lot more common because of the snail bait.
Yeah. If snail's almost in the net and your queen's on last, you're probably going to lose on military because she's going to die going for the snail stop.
Yep. This means that what you're doing is you're creating pressure towards the end game by just threatening snail victory. We're doing a whole bunch of this.
We're doing it on maps where that rarely happens.
This one, it happens all the time, though. There's like, this one is like a 4 level of snail threat. Like, just like for both objectives, the objectives matter when the pressure is building high enough for that to be to be where the game is going to win. Like the only you can say that the only berry that matters is the 12th berry, because that's when you sink that, that's when you win the game. But up until then, 9 berries means there's pressure up there. It means that you start to need a ledge guard to be able to finish things off. At 11 berries, it's crucial. You need 2 pieces of military to be able to go and stop that last berry coming in. As the pressure mounts, then your team has more ability to be able to dynamically rotate how you're going to play the game to be able to win. When you have 1 berry left, they always have to have someone up in range to be able to guard, which means that you can pressure snail more effectively now and gain that momentum if they go all in on defending against that. It means that they have to risk their queen lives to be able to stop the military objective. As a matter of fact, we talked a little bit earlier about you're forcing your opponent, when all of their military is cleared out, they only have a queen left, the queen's the only one who can ledge when there's only 1 or 2 berries left. So they're put in a position where they're either forced to stop your berries or take a gate, and they're in those 2 modes only, and it's much easier for your whole team to dynamically work with that as they're trying to do their thing. So that pressure, like to be able to win the game, you want to overall have more pressure on the key areas of the map than your opponent does, because it forces them into bad situations. Any further thoughts on that, Woody?
No, I completely agree with everything you said. I think you covered it well.
Okay, let's talk about okay. So I think I've talked about all the segments I want to talk about of like how do you win at KQB. We've talked about mechanical things you can do. We've talked about spacing. We've talked about efficiency. Actually, we haven't really. Now that I think about it, we haven't really talked as much about efficiency. There's one more topic I think we need to talk about, and that is berry floods. So for this exercise, I'm going to go down to worker. Woody, go down to worker as well with Gabe. So both Gabe and Woody together will be on the gold side.
Will it let us?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Like 3 patches ago, they made it so that you can do pretty much whatever you want with this.
Huzzah.
Let's do helixes. That's one of the best demonstrations of this concept.
Yes, for sure.
All right, flooding. Woody, do you want to talk about the concept of the flood quick?
Yeah, so flooding, so this is a funny one actually, because because of berry throws, it always means something a little different in KQB than my traditional KQA viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
But flooding is usually when a team takes all of its workers and just start pumping as many berries as they possibly can in. Oftentimes, this is around berry throws towards your hive. So like oftentimes what I'm doing right here, I'm just dumping all these berries to the bottom of the map. This could be called like a flood. I'm flooding the bottom with berries. So because I can put in like an obscene amount very quickly, even like a solo runner, sometimes people will like colloquially refer to as a flood. But I have historically required a little more involved drone work from that. But like, I think lots of people, if you finish berries quickly, would even call it a flood, but usually it refers to this like, we are throwing a ton of berries into the hive as quickly as we can. I should learn that throw, God. and you're just trying to like pump as many berries in, flood them in.
Similar concept to flooding. Do you know the term pooling?
I've heard of people talk about it, but only on Split.
Okay.
At the bottom, like just like make a swimming pool of berries, and then they'll just get like rubble pitted in. Are there other places where it's even applicable?
I think it's kind of applicable here. Like, I'm going to go ahead on the blue side here, and I'm just going to go and like throw a bunch of berries over in this side in terms of pooling. And as the berries kind of like pool up towards the ends, it creates a risk in which like anyone who's going to be trying to move into that area is going to be like it's going to be potentially pushed in that direction. Like if I'm just going to go and walk through here, just by walking through, I've now kicked in a few berries. And you can do it on your team too, but just having them there is this massive risk for the opponent to let them be. So, like a typical thing that that the opposing team will do is they'll try to kick their like pools of the opponents away from where they're for the opponent's hive and try to steal them for themselves. Because it's like it's really high value on maps where berries are really hard to stop. As you can see, like right now, by having all these berries that are kind of like pooled up, like I can go and like try to get them more quickly in on the blue side, but the gold team already has a bunch of them, and as long as you have those berries available to be there, like you're going to be able to just kind of like toss up the berries, and even with bad throws, sometimes you'll have things go in because people will try to go and block them, and like they'll go and like use their bodies by mistake, and they'll eventually get them into the holes. So that's like a thing that you want to kind of bear in mind.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think a lot of times on Helix, I know whenever I queen, I often prioritize pushing those berries out of there, because like if those berries are there, sometimes the ledge guard will go do it, and then people will sneak in berries where like the pool wasn't. Because it's like, oh well, while they're taking care of that, I'll do it. So as a queen, I'll oftentimes like go and push them out myself.
You two fill the top berries as fast as possible for the next demonstration.
Sure.
Let me up a sword and board.
And we're done.
Okay, so flood the bottoms. Like, just basically go and get a whole bunch of berries around. Okay, so I'm blue team at this point. I am, like, I really have to worry about all of the berries that are pooling to the bottom here. Because, like, at this point, even if I go and try to kill them and apply pressure to be able to stop the berries from flooding in, the berries are all around the ground. So anywhere I can go and attack things, I risk having those berries be thrown in. And we can see Woody going in here, like, just trying to just kick up these berries' momentum. And, like, for me now, like, I'm in a really bad spot, right? I can knock things around. I can go and try to chase people around, but it might not be enough. Like, I now need to have, like, a second mill to just try to disrupt all this crap. And yet, I couldn't here because of the split pressure between both Gabe and Woody as well, which means that I was going to die there too. So, rough stuff.
Yeah, and I think there was a small sub piece there, because there was that time, like, I was pushing the flood, and you've got to be worried about all of those berries. And because, like, your attention's fixated, like, sometimes a worker can just, like, jump over the ledge guard. Because like they're just paying attention to like essentially 10 moving pieces at a single moment, and it makes them more like error prone. It's definitely much easier to get past a ledge guard that has like a bunch of berries around them that they're also trying to be worried about.
Yep. Cool. With that particular thought being done, I think I'm done with the how do you win a KQB segment, because we talked about those things. Oh, damn it. I keep on saying that, but I remember one more thing. You two, once again, go back to workers on the gold side. Chaining is the last topic. Let's go ahead and do Black Queen's Keep, because that's the most infamous chain map.
Oh, yeah.
This also applies on other maps like Pod, but like this one is particularly good for this tactic. So yeah, let's talk about chaining. I guess I'll go ahead and start with this. Chaining is the concept of having it's like a supply chain where you have berries being moved from one source up to the top. You can do this sort of like pooling or flooding, but the concept here is that the second person is going to be responsible for taking the berries that are in the chain and moving them up to the next spot. So if Gabe is on the middle platform there, he can go and toss up the berries that Woody is tossing up right now. So via chaining, you can be more efficient by moving the objective faster. This comes at the cost of you're not applying pressure on military for other locations, but 2 people doing teamwork can chain berries together to be able to accomplish the objective faster. If they miss, then you can get berries in the general vicinity to be able to go and stop them. Now, other things of note about that chain. Suppose I'm doing a thing where I'm going to go and try to block off Gabe from being able to get stuff in. I'm going to go ahead and just like bump him out, stop him from being able to do a thing. Like, I'm just generally speaking ledging this thing. You can see Woody is chaining from the other side. On this map in particular, there's a little like slot where you can toss berries through, which now means that I have to worry about berry pressure from 2 different directions when I'm trying to ledge. And if someone is in there in the hive to go and just catch these berries, whether or not they're dead or otherwise, they can catch a berry and just jump it into the hive to be able to guarantee this pressure.
Yeah, the through the slot in the hive is always a dangerous game if the other team starts running berries too.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes very scary if you accidentally push berries into the enemy hive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very often they'll have a sword in there, and they will shove the berries you've collected in your hive over to the other side.
Yep. But it is a gambit that you can use in order to be able to try to get that last bit of pressure in to be able to win. Okay. Cool. I think we missed talking about one of the most important concepts for someone who's new, actually. Like, the bind throw and the bind control.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so let's talk about this really quickly. When you make throws, if you just generally speaking, you throw it, there's a minimum velocity that you have. When you throw it, it's just going to be thrown in your direction. If you run, you throw it harder and faster. But there isn't really a way to adjust your vertical height. It's just basically going to be kind of like a one-of. You have to jump, and as you jump, you go ahead and make your throw depending on what height and what velocity you jump at. This means that you have to have some kind of dynamic throws, and there's a lot of practice involved with it. But there's some things that you can guarantee. If I go and stop right about here, I can do what's called a bind throw. I'm going to go ahead and bring up my controls, and I think, Woody, you can do so for your stream too. In the menu that you set up your controls in, there is a way to be able to have your for me, I'm playing keyboard. You can have a controller for this be there too. You can have 2 buttons assigned to both jump and throw at the same time. I have you definitely want to have a different button for just doing your normal jump and a different button for doing your normal throw, but you definitely want to have one that does both at the same time. And the reason for this is the arc of your throw is super consistent. If I go and make a toss from this spot right here, it's going to always go to that top right corner. If I stand right next to a hole, like in Black Queen's Keep, and I do a bind throw, just a standing bind throw, it will always go into the hole. And what this does is allows you to be more efficient, because instead of me jumping into a hole like this, which takes a whole 2 seconds, I can now just take another bean that is being thrown and get it into the hive quicker. So if there's a pool of berries, I can just go and do bind throw over here. That bind throw is going to go into the bottom hole, and I can then just pick up the next berry, and as soon as my cooldown's ready, I can throw it again for the next hole.
Yeah, and I'm no berry guru, but there's a bunch of really consistent bind throws from all over the place. I've missed this one 3 times in a row. But you can get them from outside the hive. All those bottom ones are bind throws from this ledge. Mm-hmm. And all the top ones are bind throws from this ledge. If I ever hit one.
You're releasing it a little bit too late at the edge of it, but the important thing that we're trying to, there it is. What we're trying to note here is that the KQB community has an entire wiki about how to be able to do specific bind throws and videos. There's a subsection of the Discord in the main KQB Discord community that talks about where the appropriate throws are and what people have done speed runs trying to be able to get berries done as fast as possible on maps. So it's a fun little sub game you can do in this this whole thing. Bind throws can also be used for military stuff, but it's harder to. It has less applications overall. Like, if you talk to the best queens don't really use the bind throw for doing attacks because it ruins your momentum, your vertical momentum.
Yeah, the only time I use the bind throw when I queen is if I am like, I'll use it on like pod when I'm like moving through vast swaths of empty territory. Like if I'm moving from like left gate to middle gate, I'll use the bind throw just so I'm like it. The very few circumstances where you're looking to always be dashing to move as quick as you can horizontally, and you're always looking to be rising. I'll use it, but it's very, very rare and also not important because I could just be pressing 2 buttons and not be dramatic about it.
Yeah. It's there's a there's a lot of stuff you can do with it, like as a worker, but like as queen, like it's definitely that thing. Like in terms of the horizontal, because it throws off your vertical momentum, it still is going to be a thing where the opponent is going to be generally moving faster than you. But you can get a nice like dip arc. Like as a warrior right now, I can do the bind throw to be able to like get this like attack and dip in move at the bottom, at the middle section of my attack. So like I let myself drop, I then just hammer the bind throw button. It will allow me to do this like nice little curve, which allows me to regain my height while diving in to be able to kill someone on a gate. That I think is like the only way it's really applicable as a warrior. Oftentimes I'll want to kind of like drop down to the platform anyway and not maintain my vertical momentum, because my vertical momentum is still going to be a little bit slow at the time that happens when I come up from the arc. And there you go, Gabe with like the berry in the hive. As you know, he goes down, he can go and just pick it up in the hive to be able to go and finish up the gates for the victory. Okay. Efficiency. Spacing.
We never talked about queen footsies.
We didn't. So we just completed a thing for you here. So let's actually go into that bit of tech. So if you talk to some of the top-ranking queens in the game, we're looking at your penguins, your yeeshes, your lunch meats, your peanuts. They'll talk a lot about the mechanics of movement that allows them to be able to play footsies better. Let's go ahead and do pod and nesting flats as good demonstrations of this. Actually, tally fields is pretty good for this too. So the queen's mechanic is that like they can always dive, and this does not go on cooldown. Their attack is what's on cooldown. So by doing this, if you make an attack forwards, as you make your as you make that move, you can press down to be able to get your to not go on cooldown for your attack. This is what's called a dive cancel. It's really helpful, the most helpful, if you tap very fast, rapidly, afterwards, as a queen. So this dive cancel allows you to be able to play footsies with your opponent pretty easily, to be like, hey, I'm moving forward here, I'm gaining space on this spot right here, up top, and I'm getting closer to be able to kill you. And Woody dove a little bit low, so I was able to punish him for that when he got lower than me. But if I extend, Woody, I'm going to go ahead and just extend into you. You're going to go ahead and use your dive cancels to be able to punish me. So dive cancel.
Okay. We can let you get too close.
Yep. Let's do our footsies here. Attacking. Boom.
Yeah, so the dive cancel is good for a number of reasons. And part of it is just like, even like engaging like pretty far away, like you could, if you dash at your opponent, you dash so far, And so instead of moving that far, I could just like choose to accelerate myself. So it's like I'm empowered. Essentially, you can use the dive to empower yourself to use the dash more frequently to maneuver without making yourself like have to always predictably move a full dash distance the way sword warriors always have to move a full dash distance.
Right.
It gives you more variability in your horizontal movement, and you can quickly transition from horizontal movement to vertical movement. It's also the series of these like moves, like dive into dash into dive, is like what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about staircasing. Like in this circumstance, like I'm like almost never letting off of any of the buttons. If I land, I do. But you can basically, I wish we were on Helix for this exact one, because it's so easy on Helix. But you can kind of make it where you're like always, here we go, always pressing a button. And, like there's not a single point in this entire chain that I don't have an active hitbox there. And so you're always scary. You're always dangerous.
If you manage to do this without hitting any of the jump buttons, by the way, you will move at the fastest you can as a queen. So one ways that some queens are more efficient than others is by being able to have the movements from this wrap down pat. Like one of my fun ones that I've been practicing a little bit more recently is you can do like this execution where you can just dive down like this, like through the mail slot in this map, which I'll get to a little bit more when we talk about nesting flats coverage. But the idea is to always like have your movements be active and you're moving quickly to be able to go from one place to another. Like if I get caught in this wrap right here, Woody can then go through the wrap faster if he has better execution, and he'll drop on me and kill me. Like right here. Like I'll go ahead and get caught in the platform in a moment.
Yeah, I'm like slowly catching up to you.
Yep. Every
time you hit the platform, I was catching up with you, and eventually it took a few rotations. And you can use it. That's actually a big part of why I really like the mail slot, because the mail slot actually moves you quicker through that range. Like if I had mail slotted there and there, I probably would have killed our boss. Because you're able to like, it's the horizontal movement right at that gate is what makes that specific section so interesting, and the mail slot lets you bust the rhythm.
So in that sense, like the efficiency of movements can be broken by jukes and like other types of footsies that break your momentum. So like if I'm gonna move through like super fast through here, like I can just like turn around and like wait for a moment and catch Woody as he's killing me. Sorry, he's attacking me. So like I just kind of like hang out right here. Got him.
Yeah, that's a good one. If like we're both just going through the wrap mindlessly, it's always the shake-up that like tricks someone out.
In that one right there, you were just a little bit too far away from me, but that was definitely a thing. There you go. You got it.
That's so funny.
It's good stuff. Obviously, when you're playing footsies with the queen, you never want to be lower than them, or you want to be able to avoid as much as possible. So there is definitely a mechanic in this game where tapping fast is a important part of being able to get your rises when you're queening, when you're doing this specific footsies. Also, when you dash down, the faster you tap, the quicker you can recover from that. So if I do a quick dash down and I need to break my thing and I want to keep going back up, let's see, I'll go see if I can demonstrate it here. Yeah, so I jump out of here. Like, if I'm doing this, it's like a slow response. You can see this like little dip right here if I don't tap fast enough. But if I tap super fast, like I can just like keep my cancel out of the dive quicker, so I lose less velocity when I'm trying to recover. So I can get back to the point where I can juke against Woody more effectively if I'm baiting that I'm going to be trying to move downwards. And right there, I was like, that quick recovery allowed me to be able to attack him at the gate faster. And in that case, when I tap down on the ground, I think it does a quick reset for my, like, it makes it so that my velocity is reset a little bit. So, like, he has an advantage to be able to attack me again next time I do that tap. Bam. Again, you don't want to be the person who is low compared to the other queen. Especially considering that when Woody is moving in that higher velocity, even since I just got started, he's going to tap my foot before I gain full velocity.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like a brief moment of acceleration.
And you can be caught during that time that you're accelerating. Even though you think that you're going to be able to escape because you input fast enough, you actually didn't because you're still accelerating to that position.
100%.
Okay, more on Queen footsies. The jukes we talked about, trying to be able to capitalize on your opponent's like what they're currently looking at is important. Like for example, right here, I'm going to be going to try to Gabe, try to guard that left gate. Since it's blue now, you want to be able to hold that while like that's happening. Woody can come in from the other wrap on the other side and punish me when I'm kind of like hanging out and guarding the spot like away from Gabe. Like, because Gabe's going to try to get into the gate right now. I need to be like looking at this over here. Yeah, just basically try to go into the left gate. And Woody can just like sneak in from the top left and hit me. That's a kind of a pod specific map, but it applies on several others like Tally Fields, which is the map we just came from. Especially the vertical wrap above the two gates. That there's like lots of opportunities to be able to punish opponents by weaving quickly in between those. Which we'll get to that when we get to talking about specific map stuff. Let's see. Can you think of anything else about Queen footsies, Woody, that I'm missing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, we talked about momentum. We talked about dive canceling. We talked about momentum shifting. I guess the only other thing is like try to use your movement as much as possible. Like unless you're in a position where you're trying to bait somebody. So if you're just kind of like straddling along the ground, you're a vulnerable target and your threat range is a lot lower. Trying to use that, the fact that you're higher than other things is like the best way to be able to leverage your queen potential. Okay, so I think that does it for finally for how do you win a KQB, like all the stuff that goes into your movements individually and sometimes as part of your team. So the next topic is specific map strategies. How do you win specific maps? So in the last time we did a Killer Queen Flight School, we talked about pods, so I want to do that one last in this session in case we end up with less time. Do you want to quickly just take a bio break or hydration break for anyone here?
That sounds like a good idea.
Sure. Okay.
Let's take 5.
All right, let's take 5.
And I will also see if I can gather some people if they want to engage in practical application.
Yep, that will be practical application will exist after we talk about winning specific maps. So that makes sense. All right, I'm going to throw off my camera for a little bit. See you guys in 5 minutes.
Are we also muted on screen or?
Hello, hello, hello. Anything going on in this chat, or should I go downstairs to Among Us people?
How's everything going on?
Why is it not until now that people are actually here?
Oh, so Among Us, I believe, is the next one down. This is Killer Queen.
I wish I could actually play with y'all right now. I'm still working right now.
Well, let's see. The actual broadcast of like mock battles will be in an hour at 4 p.m. Hour and 15 minutes or so.
4 p.m. Wait, your time, right?
Yeah. Well, for Eastern.
So that would be.
Oh wait, no. Hey, sorry. Getting time zones confused. So 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, that's yeah. God. I keep forgetting you're all the way over in the Eastern. I mean,
No,
you,
we're
you-
mostly
you-
West Coast.
You know where I mean. You're Pacific. So how's everybody doing?
Doing all right. We're just taking a short break between classes.
I am just trying to hold it together and maybe failing, maybe succeeding. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm back.
Is he succeeding downwardly or failing upward?
Yes.
Did anybody check out the Resident Evil showcase this past Friday or Thursday, I think?
I know other people who did. I never played and probably never will play a Resident Evil game, so it's all meh to me.
Well, I haven't played the latest one, so I am up in the air about it.
I didn't know that they were coming out with a new Resident Evil. I totally missed the bill on that. One of my buddies, that's like his favorite game series. I should ask him what he thinks.
I did not know they were even going to continue making more Resident Evil games, which was totally new to me. And there's a meme on Facebook saying, where a picture with the with one of the villains that says, "Am I supposed to be scared or horny?"
Both.
Are you guys about ready to keep going? I see we
Oh,
have
yeah,
one person here.
Let's start up class. Again.
All right.
Class. I like that.
Kind of. Yeah.
Welcome back to Killer Queen Black Flight School. In addition to having Woody the KQA Queen and Gabe, I am Argwas here once again, and we have a couple new people joining up with us. Could you mind introducing yourselves really quick?
I'm just in the chat room, man.
All right, Christian over here is just in the chat room, and I assume Rox is the Zilith is the same.
It's the 13th, and actually, I'm just here, just chilling out. I'm still working. I can't like join in right now.
Will you be free at 7 Eastern to join us for some mock battles or?
At least, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, so after around 9 o'clock my time, I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, we're probably gonna be
So-
done by then. But if you want to stop by to do some mock battles, you're free
Yeah,
to do so.
sure. Probably an hour before I have to clock out of work because it's not going to be busy after that.
Okay. Is there anyone that I'm adding in then for this exercise?
Let me grab my brother.
Okay. So for the rest of the cast, for what we're going to be doing here, we talked about specifically how do you win a KQB, how do you really win a KQB, and all of the properties that kind of like come along with it. In terms of like how you win KQB from a mechanics perspective, those are all things, but the team synergies are going to be the things that win out the day in terms of superior things that your team does on particular maps. There are 7 maps in KQB total. Throughout our demonstrations, we've just cycled through a lot of the different ones, and in some cases have highlighted specific properties of those maps that make it so that it's easy to do those particular mechanical things. But what we're going to talk about is the meta. How do teams approach winning on various maps? Like, what strategies do they most employ for Split Juniper versus Helix Temple? So we're going to go through map by map and just have a quick talk about like how each of those things kind of works. We're going to start with the Helix Temple, which is the quintessential berry map. Sorry, Split Juniper is the quintessential berry map at this point, but like one of the classic berry maps that people try to win with, because it's been so easy to kind of go and speedrun them. Let's have Gabe and Woody on the gold side, with Woody as the as gold, and Gabe as the as worker. We'll go through there and we'll just talk about the movements that people will tend to try to make. You guys ready to get started?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let's do it.
We had a couple other people. Oh wait, no, they left. I'm looking at the wrong chat. My brother will be with us shortly.
Okay. Okay, so basic Helix Temple strategies. Because this is considered to overall be a berry map, the reason for that is that it's really hard to be able to ledge against the berries that opponents can be throwing in. So there's two like major points of contention. There's the lower section of your hive and the upper section of your hive. What Gabe's doing right here is he's taking berries from the middle section and he's throwing them towards the gold hive. And as he's doing so, the berries are going to kind of like pool up a little bit, we talked about earlier, but there are throws that you can make from this section to be able to get to the top holes on the right side here. So Gabe is like the three holes that are hardest to get on for your team on a given map are the top three holes. This one here where my head is, the second one, and the one Gabe just threw in. With this hole right here that I'm hovering around being the hardest hole to be able to hit. So Gabe, do a running bind throw along the platform, like where the start of the egg. Like a very common area to want to control is this platform right here where Gabe's running on right now. Because if I'm going to go and stop the hardest berries from being able to be hit, I have to control up here. Therefore, when the game kind of gets started here, a typical meta move is to get one person up on a military weapon, and the other two worry about trying to get berries in their hive, while the queens do this like wrap in the middle here, trying to vie for the sword control. And because of the fact that a lot of this like rotation will be either in that middle section, or sometimes the queens will go around to be able to take the mace gates, which are used for ledging. The action's pretty much all in that middle, which means that it's really hard to get the snail to start to move. So, as a result, it's very rare you see any activity going on in the snail, because you have to control the center for long enough for the snail to get off the ground. And then, when that's done, the action can then shift, instead of being all the wraps in the middle, to just wrapping around closer to where the gold hive is. So I'm going to be like around this top section as queen, going and bullying some of the drones as I'm rotating, while also trying to take that sword gate. So it's kind of scary there. There are lower berry throws, the patch that I'm going to sit next to right here. It's very common for the person who's responsible for doing low berries to take berries from this patch and then throw them towards this hive point over here. Now, Gabe, go and bring a berry to the lower section of your hive. I come into here. There you go. So you can go and dunk that one from down here, but the most important thing is you can do throws from this platform to be able to hit all the holes up to this lower section here, which means that this platform down here, you have the highest degree of like range of control you can hit with berries. So a ledge who kind of counter ledges will tend to be in that lower section, while the queen tries to handle clearing things out from the top. So that will enable you to slow down the berry velocity until we get to only the berries that are left in the top row. Then all of the ledging goes up to that top platform, and the maces and swords will also try to control that space. So those are the important places to be able to know and be. The wraps for this map are located in the top middle and and on the sides near the hives. So one other thing that's interesting about this is if berries kind of like pool down this lower section, you can steal them and use them for your own hive on the lower section, and also it's right next to the areas where you can throw and hit several holes. So you want the berries to be over here in this area close to your hive to be able to go and quick pick them up and throw them more easily if it ends up being that the berries have pooled in from the top. So it's okay, generally speaking, you want the berries to move towards the right side of the map and try to control them away from from where people can steal them. Also, as Woody's demonstrating, the second most common victory on this map is military victory. As the queens duke it out in the middle, control is going to be able to shift, like, now that Woody's dead, like, that's about 3 seconds in which the sword gate is very solidly under blue control. But if the queens are able to out-technical each other, like what Woody did there to me, like, the map can end fairly quickly with a military victory.
Yeah, and
Go
I think
ahead.
part of, like, because objective can get in really quickly, queens spend a lot of time ledging or denying drone formations, and as a result, the sword is a really valuable piece to punish queens there, and to, like everything's high traffic on Helix, so queen deaths are common, especially queen v queen, and so teams typically don't want to let their opponents, like, get a sword up, because of how impactful it can be on the map. And that's another reason for why queens spend a lot of time in this middle section. And as a result, why the snail can be difficult to move. But typically, if the snail gets past, like, once it's off the rope, you can get it moving pretty well.
This area is like, if I'm able to control this area over here, I can stop both the snail and berry movements at the same time. So it's definitely a thing. Like, when newer players are playing this map, snail is much more of a common strategy because the high traffic areas are not quite as high traffic.
Yeah. And that's actually a really good point, actually, because on lots of maps, like split strats, where you will run both snail and berries, so you're basically just doing, like, whatever is, like, super opportune at the time, right? That we were demonstrating earlier about, like, oh, Argos is coming to clear because I'm running berries on pod. Well, why don't I just run snail now? But on Helix, since the snail post is in your hive, late game, when your snail is close or your berries are close, they become the same location. You're controlling the same exact location. So it can be hard. Like, you can't use it to draw military attention and make them be in different places and thus spread their effectiveness.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go and, for this one, I am going to not be queen. You guys should stay in the same formation.
Okay.
Here, let me see if I can get my brother in.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I think I connected with him a little bit earlier. What's his name in game?
He should be.
Is it
under...
Sobo yet?
Hang on. Oh, I'm not sure if I actually added my. Yeah, I might have to back up for just a second.
You can, when you're in this menu, you can still add people.
Let's see. The question is, did I ever add my Switch version as a friend? I'm actually not familiar with the menuing.
Oh, right. It's only the host who can do this.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead and back out for a little bit, and we'll get you back.
I believe he shows up. I believe he shows up as Dupeness.
Dupeness. Okay. Searching for that really quick.
You can also just DM him the code.
That's true. I'll just go and do that. Gabe, I'm gonna give you the join code to pass along to him. While we're having, while Gabe's going and getting that other player on there, what other thoughts do you have on Helix, in terms of, like, berry momentum and stuff like that? There we go. Woody?
Oh, what's up?
I was asking if you have any other thoughts on Helix specifically, Helix Temple.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even hear. I was right here. I don't know. Maybe it cut out for me. I don't think so. I think that was a pretty good explanation.
Okay. We should talk about the pinch points on the map then. Like where it is when you get military, like where you want to control.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, if they have significant berries, of course, you need someone to like be close to the hive and denying that. Depending on what kind of military you have, people can behave differently. Oftentimes, because people are running berries so frequently, they like whether or not they're dunking or they're dying as they get close. They'll oftentimes have their iframes. So your queen, and if you have a sword, your sword will oftentimes be looking for spawn kills, just like keeping the enemy mill down as much as, or enemy workers down as much as possible to diminish the number of runners that are even able to make strikes at the hive. And then I think things get contentious around gates a lot as a result. And then any time drones are able to like pool berries, that always becomes like an immediate, like, you got to get these berries out of here and support your team in that way. I think middle gate is usually like the most active spot on the map, though.
I'm going to go ahead and bring us back into Helix to be able to demonstrate some more of this, even though they're not quite here yet. Yeah, I think striking at the berry pools and patches themselves can also be very, very helpful in general. As like as a queen, even though you're primarily trying to be able to do some of your rotations through the middle, one of the reasons you want to do that, in addition to sword gate control, is it controls the middle berry patch to make it so that other players can't take the berries away. So I'm going to go ahead and show that one. When you're at a position where you feel like your berries are ahead and the opponent doesn't have a ledger, one other thing that a queen needs to do here is try to stop them from being able to get military to be able to stop you. Okay. So if I attack this area up here, I can go and kill the people who are like trying to be able to get those berries. And if I'm rotating through here, the enemy's side, I can stop them from being able to like move into the space where they can get those berries. But I can't really effectively do this at the same time as being able to stop the other berry patches. Like the one that from where Gabe just took that is like I have to go out of my way and reduce my momentum to be able to stop that berry from proccing. Like I have to go like through here, and occasionally I can do that when I'm like trying to stop Woody from being able to do his rotation. But it's going to be a little bit difficult. The other control point is when I'm going for that mace, I may just attack the area with the berry patches when someone's like going up this platform to get to a berry. And if I do that, I am probably going to be trying to like come at it from the most direct possible angle, meaning like directly up here, coming through here, getting a sweep kill, and then going back to my my normal rotation. So knowing that the queens are going to do things like this, you get like they kind of have like those couple of modes of movement for what they're trying to deny. You can hold space around here as a warrior to be able to like catch an opponent who's going and doing this wrap over here, and B, be able to put pressure against me attacking this this column up here. You can kind of catch me by taking the gate. So this right where Woody just killed me is like a pretty nice place for a warrior to be. It also allows you to drop down to be able to try to control the platform we talked about a bit earlier, where the berries are going to get thrown into the hive. So that's a major control point there. Let's see. We have the berry patch in the middle. The top berry patch, I should probably mention that really quick. When doing the rotations, sometimes it may be worthwhile to do like an attack on the berry patch over here. Someone tries to go and take those berries out, but they're kind of like underutilized by other people who are going through here. So as a result, the queen doesn't need to try to counter that very often. But just like a thing you can think about. Go ahead.
Like less easy to navigate.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the issue with it is that there's nowhere to dive out to. So like everywhere else in this whole thing, you keep up this like beautiful diving path through the whole map, and like you can combo it into other places. I can switch which side I'm going on. I can use it to strike at my hive to clear ledge guards. I can use it to strike over here to stop their clear or to ledge for them. Like, and you very seldom, if ever, have to like stop moving. But when you come into this space, you end up dashing in, and then you're stuck in the middle, and you have to dash back out. And it's also like in the wrap, so it can be really. Honestly, I miss drones a lot. Where I'm kind of bad at this space. It's just like drones will just like make me look silly and jump over me, no problem.
Yep.
And so it's just like in this weird section of the map between the two that I think people mess up on a lot, and it slows you down. Like if Argos is hardcore pursuing me, I will not be looking to go into that space, because if I go up here, then I'm like stuck here, and then he's pursuing after, and that's just like stressful. Way more than if I just like keep up my rotation. Like I can make it so he can't catch me, right? If I start to get too close, I can slow down.
Nice flash kill. Nice.
Yeah, like my dive power through.
Yeah, like because of the fact that you don't get a cooldown on your dive, that means that like you can get like clashed out for a moment, but if you do a clash on me with your normal like attack, you can immediately use your dive to be able to kill me, which is I guess another technique we should have talked about a little bit earlier. But
yeah, and if you clash on your dive, you can immediately spam dive again.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. Dupness would be normally taking the top berries here. Damon Nash would be trying to hit the bottom berries from this berry patch over here. And yeah, like that's the typical open. There's definitely counter movements. Like you can do like small things to be able to change the way that your momentum works here. Just like once again, like push against your opponent's pressure. Try to bait your opponent into situations where you can get where you can reduce their pressure by killing them and make them need to like do their thing. And like put pressure on them when they're getting close to being able to win their objective, because you know as they get closer, it's the interesting thing about this one is that as there are fewer berry holes, it becomes easier to be able to ledge the last few holes. So as like the top hole, the top right hole for the gold team, top left for the blue team, as that hole is like if it's the only one that's left, it's easier to be able to ledge that as any weapon that's on this map, to be able to go and stop things. But you don't ever want to get there, because if someone can find a way to be able to get their last berry in, then you're done. The only other thought I have about this map, Woody, we should probably talk about famine on this map specifically.
Oh yeah, so famine is a function when all the berries run out. So because both teams are putting in berries, usually, and both teams are getting some level of mill, whether upgraded or not, very quickly you can start to run out of berries. So if we fill both of the hives as much as we can, and then have workers like get up speeds and other
you got me.
and other upgrades, the berries can run out quick. Actually, we could probably pop us back in Helix, and I don't know how many berries are on the map. Do you?
36.
36?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. So it's like each hive has 12 berries.
Yep.
So if both teams are 2 berries out, like that's 20 of the 36 berries.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 16 berries that people could have gotten up mill or upgrades or what have you and expired them. So with just 16 forms of any kind across the board, all of a sudden there are just like no berries left on the map. It's famine, and no one can win on objective, and no one can get any more military up.
Specifically the berry objective. It's still possible to do snail, but
you can no longer win on the berry objective. So it's one of these weird dynamics where like as famine approaches, when it's getting close to famine, the last 5-6 berries, teams start to assess whether or not they can even finish on objective. You know, say both teams are like 6 out, but there's only 10 berries left on the map. It's kind of a hard dynamic to get 6 of the last 10 berries into your hive specifically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when teams will start looking to get like more military up. And if it's really close, like a good times is where you can like spoil the game for the opponent. Is like your opponent's close on berries. They're like 2 out. There's like 5 berries on the map. So you pump a few away real quick. You grab shield because you're right there. And then you like run over and get up sword, right? So you pump in 2 berries, you grab shield, you get up sword. All of a sudden you burn 4 berries.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows if they'll even be able to finish now, because all you got to do is they use a couple more, you kill one of their mill, they get 1 more mill up, that's another berry that they don't have to finish on objective.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very weird subset of the game for sure, but you got to be careful with it, especially on Helix where there's so few piles.
Right. I think that's the reason I wanted to talk about Famine specifically, because like it changes the game dynamics so much, and really Helix is the only one I see it most commonly happening. It happens on Spire. If pods are super even, they'll eventually go to Famine, but
yeah,
like Helix is just because the fact that there's so few berries on the map. It's the most likely to happen there.
Wait, do other maps have more than 36?
Yes, they do.
Oh.
Yeah,
I just figured every map had the same number of berries.
Nope.
I never counted.
Like, when we talk about Spire next, you'll see just like, I think there's like 48 berries on that map. It's like huge.
Does it? I feel like nesting has the most, right?
Nesting might have the most. I don't remember the number of that right off the top of my head, but it's got like, let's see, there might be 10 patches. It's either 8 or 10, which would be either 48 or 60.
I think Dom is AFK.
Yeah, I think so too.
He didn't move much.
He came in and then just kind of stopped. So what we should do, like, if we, aside from the Famine thought, do we have any other further things we should talk about on Helix?
I don't think so.
Okay, let's move on to the next
one of the maps I really like.
Yeah, Helix is really great. It's like the Famines are really exciting maps, honestly. So there is that. Oh, we got Dom here. So like that's one of the interesting things that happens when that goes there. But really, that map is about the berry pressure, because of the fact that it's easier to be able to do that than Snail, and the military that kind of comes along with it for how do you go and stop the opponents from doing it. So it's kind of more unique.
Yeah, I like maps where the snail's like right in the middle.
Yeah. Let's talk about Black Queen's Keep next.
Deal.
So Black Queen's Keep is that icy map that we saw a little bit earlier, where we were demonstrating some things. Before we go and start trying to hit each other, I would like to make a request for the gold team, if we have everyone present, if Dom and Nachi is... Dom and Nachi, are you here right now with us? Because I saw you move into the gold side a little bit earlier.
They might be in our chat.
Right now.
Okay.
It's just the 4 of us.
If you're in the chat, would you mind doing me a favor and getting up shield at the start of the game?
And he can't hear us.
I don't think he can hear us, no. Okay.
Dupeness is here for us, though.
Alright, so what I want to demonstrate, Dupeness, go over to the top section of the left platform, like right here. Get shield here. And just stand on this corner, right here. Okay, he's got a shield, great. So he's just hearing me with a delay. Dupeness, come up to the platform where the blue queen is right now. And Dom and Nache, go to this top one right here. Dupeness goes there. Dom and Nache, right where I am right now. What I want to demonstrate here is that there's an interesting quirk on this map where if you can be you can block off your opponent's access from being able to do berries almost at all, except for the back portion. Gabe, go ahead and see if you can try to get any berry into the hive at all in that context. Well,
Dom,
now
you're
that...
standing in the wrong spot.
Yep.
I don't think Dom can hear us. Is he not in the Discord?
Yeah,
he's
well,
watching
I
the
think
stream,
he can
which
hear
is a
it,
delay.
but he's on a delay. He's on a significant delay with the stream.
Right. So when Gabe is like holding that particular top where he's like going to throwing berries in, he can do that. But With that shield up, with those two people holding the shields, that means that you can. It becomes really hard to be able to like get any berries into this map at all. Like Dupnus can just like sit there without even moving and just go and block him. Dominace from that top platform where like Gabe would be trying to go for, like right here, he can just jump and block any high shots, and he can also block Gabe from getting on the platform. So what you can see from this overall is that this central area is critical to be able to control when berries start to become important. We saw a little bit earlier for the demonstration of chaining that among this patch right here, and this patch here on the left, those are going to be the primary sources of berries that you can go and try to get into that hive. So about 18 total berries. And channeling them off the wall makes them pool in this area right here for someone else to be able to throw them. But that might not be enough, right? Like, because I can just go through and just come in here and just like wipe those out. So you can opportunistically get berries to be able to go and hit that one. We talked a little bit on the map where the only way you can go and get berries in from that point is to have someone stand in the middle after dying and try to throw berries in through this little patch. But obviously that's risky, because if they get killed, like in this area, the berries are going to be on the right side, so difficult time. Like Dupnus already just basically... Sorry, what was that?
Like, there's nowhere on this platform you can stand and get them in. You just throw too high.
Were you here a little bit earlier for the part where we talked about bind throws?
I guess I can throw it while I'm falling.
You can throw while falling, but
if you might still have your bind up from the last time you were in.
Yeah, I have my same bindings from the last time I played this.
So if you do a bind
where
throw
I have
from
the A button. The A button is throw and jump at the same time.
If you do a bind throw from this platform right here while running, you will hit the lowest 4 rows of your hive.
From which platform?
The platform.
This one right in the middle.
This one right in the middle, where I'm standing as the blue queen. Just do a bind throw from there. Yep, there you go. Boom. You can also do a bind throw from the platform itself, like from in here, and you will be able to hit certain throws. Nice job.
And from this ledge right here.
Yep.
You can get some in.
That one.
Gabe's gonna show.
This one right here is really like narrow for berry throws, but you can still do it.
Yeah.
You have
it's the only one that helps you get the tops.
Exactly.
You gotta use it for the tops.
There is a, if you do jump and throws from this area right over here, you can try to get the middle one, but they're the hardest to be able to throw. They're not bind throws. So that's something to be able to consider. So in terms of strategy as a result of that, this map tends to be pretty militaristic because keeping very specific control points can just shut down berries, and also to a certain extent it can shut down the opening of snail. This top area right here is super open. So, like, people can drop in from the sides to be able to come down on top of the snail. So Woody can go in, like, if Gabe starts to do the snail, he can get in there. As soon as the snail gets to this point, snail is super viable. Because there's no real way to be able to attack it without getting, for the queen especially, without endangering themselves. And this column right here is completely horizontal, which means gun is, like, incredible for anti-snail tactics right here. And also for people trying to get into that passage right here. So, therefore, if you're doing a snail strategy, you want to get one gun on your team to be able to control the points that are kind of in those two horizontal tubes.
I feel like gun is better on this map than any other map in the game.
I think it's as good on Spire. But otherwise, this is probably the best gun location in the game, yeah. So yeah, gun, hold in this vertical column right here. Queens want to be able to, like, in certain positions, control these columns, but this one right here is one of the best ones.
So you can see Argwas, you were below, you took space in that column, and because I was controlling it, I was able to take stock.
Yeah. So you can see also, like, you can control both of those vertical wraps by being kind of center here. So this is like a good position that you want to control. Through here. It allows me to be able to drop down in either section and be able to dive into the gates. But it's also, that's bait land for queens. Because they want to get these things so much, a warrior can also hang out right here or a queen can hang out right here to punish any queen trying to come in from the top. Like what he just did right there. I just was like able to just completely trounce them. But a gun? Oh, this spot right here, juicy. Because of the fact you can cover both directions of the gates. You can cover this top section over here to be able to like hit any queen coming in through the middle. You can you control this berry patch right here, which means that like people won't even be able to get berries to get into gates if you were up here. Like it's so delicious as a gun. This spot right here. Also, if you're a gun, you can use this to be able to shoot opponents, people trying to throw berries in, but it's a little bit less useful compared to that top section, which is just utterly dominant. Guns can also be really effective in that narrow tunnel where the snail goes through, as long as you have that guarded. If you're not guarded, it's useless, but if you have like a shield, someone with a shield at the front of it, blocking people out, it's really, really good. So I guess one of the things I want to say about it is shield is really good on this map. Really, really good for a variety of reasons. In fact, a lot of the early game is going to be decided in the momentum decided by the queens who controls this middle area at the start as someone tries to go and get that shield. That right there, blue can now get a shield, and that will enable us to get like a sorted board to be able to go and fight back, control these columns right here, be able to attack on the tops over here really nicely. It's really hard to be able to kill them without like a gun. Dupeness has the Glock and block, as we like to call it, which is like a gun and a shield combination. And like, what do I do here as queen? Like, if I try to attack Dupeness coming in from the other side, I have to bait his attack and then find a way to be able to get in, but his gun can block it. Like, what do I do when you have the Glock and block there? I have to use another warrior to be able to go and regain control of that. That allows you to be able to do snail. If you have like a single Glock and block or a sword and board in that area, you'll be able to control that objective point. So I think those are the big strategy points I have in this. Like, both berries and snail are viable, but in very different ways on this map.
Yeah, especially depending on like how much teams are rotating, how much mill they have up, how many upgrades they have. Lots of upgrades, like lots of shield swords or a shield drone make running snail like suddenly way, way, way stronger.
One other good spot on the map, if the queens want to be up in the top middle column directly beneath the hives, warriors want to take the platform right beneath that, because that allows them to more quickly be able to attack the gates when the queens aren't looking, and control the space around the middle snail, like when the snail is directly in the middle. Question for you guys who came in. Do you have any other questions that you want to know about this map? Since you guys, I'm guessing, you're here learning from us about the techniques and various things you need to think about the maps. Like, is there anything else you want to know about Black Queen's Keep in particular?
Yeah, we can hop back into the map.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Oh, there is one thing
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah. One last thing I thought of. We talked a little bit earlier about berries being blocked by two shields in these two areas. There is, and aside from getting through this like little opening here that the queens can go through and berries can go through, there is one other thing you need to take into account, which is if you throw a berry from where Dupeness is, like you could potentially hit the platform, like right into here. And if you hit that platform just right, it will go into the bottom section of the hive. So you can get berries up into there that way, but the reason I don't like to talk about that is it's really inconsistent and it's difficult. Like, if you master berries in this game, you can do it, but, like, that's the only other opening that can exist.
Yeah, I was doing that a little bit earlier when we were talking about chaining. So there was a demonstration of it at least.
Yeah. Oh, the high traffic queen areas are basically this ramp going through the middle and the top. Occasionally, you will notice that a queen will, to try to avoid attention, it will go through this like bottom right area, but it's really inefficient for queen movements.
Yeah.
But know that that hole is there. It's since the wraps are located on the tops and middle, just that one extra wrap is really easy to overlook. As worker, watch for berries that kind of like just flow in there that you can steal to be able to do berry chaining. Okay, let's go ahead and let's see. Any other thoughts on this map, Woody?
I think we talked about it a little bit, but Shield Snail's really good. You talked about how once Snail gets in here, it's in a dangerous position.
Yep.
Yeah.
A Shield Snail in there is really, really tough. Because if a Shield Snail gets into this location, it's basically unassailable. Because again, on Snails, top executions are like the name of the game. And so, or with shield drones, shield warriors of any kind, the queen wants to kill from above, and in that space, you like can't get above someone.
That's probably also where sword is strongest because it has such a thin vertical slice of the map to work in.
Yeah. A sword escorting a shield drone there, it's like very, very, very difficult for the queen to clear it out of there.
We talked about snail baiting a little bit earlier. Snail baiting on this map is huge. When that snail starts to get momentum, the queen can be forced to try to make a play near the end of it. So like I'm talking like right here. This is where all the action is going to be when like the snail's really close past that area where it's unassailable. Like, yeah. Nice kill. And now like that you gotten that kill, there's no one to stop Doofness from being able to get in there. I don't even have time to respawn.
Yeah. Which that's actually, that was part of the conversation earlier when we were talking about how snail victories tend to be rare because usually the queen will die. That's like one of the circumstances like, yeah, you did die, but you weren't on last by that point. So
right.
it's early snail pushes when the queen isn't on last yet tend to be why you're able to close out a snail victory.
Therefore, like taking all of this into context, a very typical open will be one worker tries to go into this middle area here and take the queen escort to get the shield, and then we'll eventually go into the other one. Another worker will go up into a weapon immediately. Basically, they'll pick a gate where that makes sense. And the last one will tend to apply some either early snail pushes or a berry objective, depending on how the game goes.
We do have a question in chat from Choco Chip Pancakes. For a less skilled team, which mode of victory would you think would be the easiest to win with?
That's an interesting question, Woody. What do you think about that?
Berries.
You think berries? I'm also of the opinion of berries, but I was also thinking about the idea of if you're a less skilled team fighting a less skilled team, you can get the shield easier. So it may be easier to be able to push snail there.
No.
But
wipe you out.
If
berries would be your only hope, right?
If you get wiped out, then sure. But if you know that this thing and your opponent's team is not necessarily as good, then you may be able to take this shield and be able to leverage it better than they can. With that being said, if both are unskilled, you probably would go berries, yeah. 2 co-berries, meaning the 2 people on berries to open, and get a warrior up anywhere, is a pretty reasonable strategy.
Yeah, I think it depends on like what level of play you're talking about. If you're talking about like brand new players, I feel like everything's just like really split. They don't have like a coherent first plan. So I think usually it just ends up being like nil between the queens as people like aren't even forming.
Mm-hmm.
Like newly but practiced people like that have been playing for like a month or so. I think you're gonna have like the mill competency to stop snail or like try to fight over that without having the finer ledge points, like the tight maneuverability that it takes for a sword or Mace to like regularly deny drones with running, and then like as you get better and better, more people are more competent at ledging, that it becomes critical to like clear the warrior, which requires you to be forming more mill. And I feel like that's like how the meta like develops as people like grow, skill up and skill up. But now we're kind of pushing that because like there's so much like minor berry tech that people can get good at. So like some of the berry, like amazing best berry players, just like bust a lot of the concepts and are just like able to like outperform even very talented ledge teams.
Welcome, Sven, to the workout channel here at this point. We're still going to be talking about like map strategies as we be able to get going, but for now, would you? Yep, blue team, thank you. And Gabe, come over on the blue side as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Really quick, Sven, are you separate, or Conway, is that you having just joined?
I just got the voice chat, but my controller is not functioning properly.
Oh, your internet is having a problem.
His controller, he says, is also not functioning properly.
Ah, okay.
I'm not in the lobby. I'm going to just join the voice chat. There's somebody in the lobby.
Okay.
I'm not quite there yet.
Okay.
Let me try my other controller.
That sounds good.
Are you standing very close to it?
I'm just playing with Joy-Cons.
Are you? I assume then you're okay with me starting things up and continuing explanation then for like map strategies.
Yeah, just listening.
Okay, cool. So with that being said, I think we answered that question. Berries is probably better in the early stages because it'll take pressure away. Like the opponent needs to get up their mill to be able to stop your berries in the first place. But you're going to basically just need to toss berries towards the hive and see if they can go in. Anyone who has a berry in the hive needs to know to dunk it, and you'll be able to succeed more often than not as long as you get a military to be able to stay up. The military can serve as an escort or a protector of the berry chain. Like, since the berry chain is strong on that map, you as a warrior, if you can disrupt anyone who is like being drawn into being able to stop the berries, you can probably win by taking those warriors or queen out. So you can get military victory or berry victory that way, or economic victory. And I think that's where we're going to end that one. Any other thoughts on Black Queen's Keep?
I think we pretty much covered everything.
Okay. Let's move on to the next map. We're going to cover the tally fields. All right, tally fields. Let's talk about like the fact that this map is one of the most balanced maps in the game, because every strategy is viable on this one. People will say that this is now like the new Helix in terms of the berries, because you can learn throws to be able to hit every hole, and it has the same type of basic problem as defending against Helix, where you can hit berries from multiple angles and be able to get your victory that way. So berries are strong in this map. You know what else is strong in this map? Snail is strong on this map. And the reason for that is that there's openings here that the queen has to go out of their way to be able to solve. And on top of that, there's a lot of places the queen can come in from other places to be able to just punish. So queens can kind of like duke it out in this spot while trying to be able to hit snail control. And you can get military to be able to stop it. Plus, there's no swords. I think the biggest thing to note about this map is that there's no swords. So a sword can't just like go and like hold this zone, like where the snail's at right now, or this top area. Instead, this is like the map that's designed for maces to be powerful weapons. And gun, to be fair. Gun once again becomes a solid snail tool, but not as strong as it is in Black Queen's Keep, because there's fewer horizontal areas to be able to shoot through that will be effective. It's primarily the snail tunnel and the area right beneath the hive. So gun's okay. Mace is the typical weapon to use here because it covers so much space, and this is so claustrophobic of a map. So
yeah, I think the gun increases dramatically with value on this map in specific if you have a shield.
Yeah.
A shield gun is really good on this map because you just have like such survivability.
And it just so happens they're on the same gate with 2 berries at the 6 berries right above it.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, those other 12 just off to the side.
Another reason this map is really good for berries is if you get control of these 6 berries, you can toss them individually into the holes pretty reliably if you know the throws for them, and you're already halfway towards winning the objective. And unlike Helix, when you are doing berries in this map, there's 2 angles for every hole at least, which means that it's still you're going to be requiring military presence to be able to shut down those holes. And even if you're a mace hovering around there, you're still going to be in a position in which, you'll dip sometimes and people can go and have an opportunity to throw a berry in the hole. So the scale at which berries are strong in this map increases dramatically the more berries you put in. You can see them, they pool up right here too. So if I, as a queen, even start to knock some of these out, someone who's on that platform can just do jump and throw a bunch of them in. Nice kill. Also, unlike Helix, one of the things about the snail when this is opening up is that the snail is protected at the very start of the game. Like this area right here, a queen has to go into the tunnel to be able to go and fight that. So you can get a decent snail lead if you just do insta-snail at the start. So that rolled me back. That's annoying.
Oh yeah, it's been happening a ton lately.
It just happens in general with this game. I don't think it's been happening more often than usual. But
oh really?
Yeah, in general, I did a dive into an attack there, and you caught me on your screen when I was still doing a dive. Or what the server thought was going on. Okay, so those berries in the middle are important. The berries up on the 2 piles next to it can also be thrown. If I go right here where, don't kill me for a moment, Woody. If a worker comes over here and just grabs the berry piles for the blue side, they can just toss berries over to the top left as well. They won't be able to hit all the holes, but it will be a significant number of those holes. So you can just get enough berries on your side of the map to be able to get people around to fill those holes. You can do bind throws off the platform over here to hit the top holes. You can do throws from the platform where Dom and Nache is right now. There's bind throws you can do from the notch of this little wood piece here, and you'll hit some holes even. There's a lot you can do. That bind throw right there, almost hit that hole. Yeah, there you go. So that just goes right through the middle top part of this hive. If you can release it at the right time, you will hit holes. Okay, let's talk about the queen footsies on this map. There's wraps in the corners of this map.
Yeah, it's very strange.
It's really kind of delicious for queens, though. What you see over here in the bottom right, where Woody's kind of hanging out in that wrap, he can hit either of the gates from up there if he needs to. If I can just go and do his dive right now to go and hit this thing, and we'll just do this loop-de-loop in this top here if we want to go and fight each other. You can get baits from distancing from the sides here. So Woody can kind of hang out on one side of the wrap, and I can be coming in on the other, trying to drop down on a gate. He'll just drop right down on top of me afterwards. So you have to watch all 4 corners of the map when you're queen here. As workers, you can also do the same thing with your maces to be able to control space around there and punish queens for trying to go through that section of the wrap. Yeah, so queen pathing is nuts for that one. The atypical queen path is to just follow the vertical wraps on the sides, so they can be caught in that area too. It is probably the most efficient for queen control. Sometimes they'll have to cut through anyway. This means, by the way, that mace gates will change pretty frequently. Gun gates will not. the queen has to go through the optimal, like, drop from their optimal path to hit a gun gate. And on top of that, maces can control the openings towards where that gun gate is, so it's very precarious for a queen to go through those areas. It's just basically a whole bunch of claustrophobic tunnels. Let's see. Other thoughts on that? Woody, what do you think about the opens on this map?
Most queens favor putting themselves in the middle, testing that shield gate. But sometimes queens will go wrap to like quickly deny both of the side gates. I personally, I think I'm a middle open person. I think I'm always gonna really be looking for the middle. I think the shield's really powerful. I think those early berries are really powerful, and that you can just do a lot of things with that. But I don't think everyone is necessarily that type of push.
What was that?
I said I don't think everyone is necessarily looking for like that early berry push, and they want to make sure that they're getting their maces up to be more stable. And so if the enemy queen goes for the wrap opener, it makes sense to look for the wrap opener yourself. I also just think that the wrap is where like drones can be really impactful. And so I kind of just like trust my drones to do a lot of the disrupt stuff over there.
I think the most deadly things on this map are like Glock and Block and speed mace here. Like the things that are paired together with each other for both are the exact combinations you want.
Yeah.
The speed mace has the ability to kind of like rise and fall between the areas that are like most critical. Can I get a ride back, Sven, please? Thank you. So there we go. When a speed mace gets up right there, like you can control like not only the area that is like in the top wrap where a queen's gonna hang out, but you'll also be able to drop down to the snail pretty quickly and be able to control that whole area more effectively. Also, speed maces are good ledgers on this map.
Yep.
Glock and Block is a terrible ledger, but the speed mace is ridiculous.
Yeah, you definitely, if you have a gun, even an upgraded gun of some type, you definitely want to get a mace up. Guns and maces work really well when they're working together. That's like where they excel.
Nice.
Because you can have the mace protect the gun. Oh, Sven!
Nice job.
Nice.
Woody's getting all frustrated because you're choking the choke points.
I'm coming for him.
Yeah.
Coming for it. It ends some way. No, the heart. I love it.
Yeah, there's floods you can do, like what Dukeness is doing right now, to be able to get those like berries starting to flood in. But
they're dangerous.
They are. They can go to the other hive too.
Yeah, you just pushed those two over, and now I'm ledging those, right? Sven's gonna get this one in. There it is in the wrap.
And there it is in that wrap. Yeah, like that like.
I can't even see you getting attacked.
Yeah,
yeah,
like, because I'm killing him. I'm killing him
wrap.
through the wrap there. Yeah, like I said before, like the queen action that is like really, if you want to win as a queen there, you want to basically go into that wrap section second and make it so that you do so quickly enough your opponent doesn't see you, and like you'll get a lot of kills by doing that. It's the area you want to control as a queen. But it's also a dangerous place.
This should probably be the end. We're coming up on 15 minutes before we start streaming to the MagFest channel.
Okay.
So we don't want to spend too much on every single map.
Okay.
It's going to overlap with practical application. So we're just going to do some matches in about 15 minutes.
So I got my controller working. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood the schedule, and I thought it was starting at 7. I didn't realize it was starting at 4 and then going till like a thing at 7. But if you guys want to have me on still to play, I'm down to play, or I can step out if it's easier that way.
If we're going to do exhibitions, we need you to be there to have that exhibition.
Yeah.
Okay,
we
cool.
need a couple more people.
We're actually
Yeah, I'm
still
so
short.
sorry. I thought it was. I didn't realize it started at 4, and I'd like missed 3 hours worth of.
Well, the good thing about this
Well,
is
we're gonna do a recap of
Oh,
most
cool.
of all of this. Yeah, we
That
won't be
would
able
be
to go into as much
beautiful.
detail, but we can give you a basic cliff notes of what to think about when in a match.
Sweet. Yeah, and I've played a little bit, so I have a little bit of experience with it, so I have some baseline to go with.
Okay. Bear in mind also that if you're looking at the hey, there's 3 hours of content that I was missing. I am part of the QP mini bosses crew. I do streaming for Killer Queen Black for matches, official matches, and we will have the replay up on Twitch for a while, and I'm also going to re-upload this to YouTube. So
Oh, that'd be awesome.
yeah, we've talked in depth about like everything you need to know about this game to go from beginner to intermediate at this point, except for we've only talked about half the maps and the core like meta strategies that go along with it. But it'll be very useful for anyone who's getting into the game. So, and we start from the very basics. We start from the very basics of like, what are the mechanics of how you play this game, up through what's the strategies you use in order to win. So that's good. Do you want to see if we can try to get like 2 more people from the KQB community to play, or are we going to play with bots, or what?
Well, hang on. Let me Conway, I'm sending you the code to enter the room.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Oh, we'll have 7 people then, so we'll need 1 more.
Yep.
All right. You asked me to talk about recaps. Do you want me to go into like the Spire quick, or do you want me to go and do the recap?
Let's finish off maps.
Okay.
At 4 we'll do a recap.
All right, that sounds good to me. So in that case, we can't go too much further into Tally. We'll jump into Spire next, and we'll do like a Cliff Notes, like here's the things to watch out for.
Yep.
Okay. We got Consort. Nice. We also can hear you way better, Consort, now, so that's great.
Yeah, sorry about that. I do streaming myself. I have voice meter for all my sound, and it was bugging out.
Got it. Go over to the gold
It's like
team.
you're talking to a fan.
Yeah.
I'm at a bot-in. We're now at the point where we have full everything. So we're just going to talk and just kind of play at the same time here for what strategy is for this map. Unless I ask everyone to freeze, and we'll just try to keep on killing the bot or whatever. We'll see what we can do. All right, yeah. Spire. Amongst all of the maps, there's 2 in particular that are well known for being mill maps, and they are the Pod and the Spire. Spire is military heavy because there's a lot of like small pinch points where the Queen will be in bad military spots. So you kind of can corral queens pretty easily, and the military can control areas that are the major entry points. Berries are really hard to do here because you have to channel all the berries up into the hive, and after the first 4 patches are done, all the berries are in like the middle bottom. So very often what you want to do on this map is you want to get at least a sword up as quick as possible. Sometimes teams will either go all in on the sword strategies, or they will go for a mace in the middle to start. The snail here is like the secondary objective to military because of the fact that there's like tiered difficulty levels. The grass slows anyone who's walking through it down, including the snail itself. So as a result of that, snail gets more and more powerful the longer and further you have it in the wraps that people can kind of control. So the opens here are either typically Queen goes and contests Mace Gungate, or Queen goes into wrap, stops opponents' swords from forming and allowing your swords to form. So already your military is like the crux of how you get this to work. Insta snail, where someone immediately starts off trying to go that and moving the snail, not that great. And the reason for that is the Queen can immediately punish that if they're guarding the middle. And the other reason for that is it's open space, relatively open space, for once a warrior has gone up in that lower section.
Yeah, and it's also a drone that isn't like disrupting soar and speed formations over at the side gate.
Yeah. And another thing about that is if you do an insta-snail, you are giving the opponent the ability to have more pressure than you on a map that is all about pressure. Constantly. About trying to be able to say, can I control the area to be able to move the snail right now? Can I control the space that pushes the Queen into a spot where they can't get out very easily? Which leads me to my next point here. I'm going to ask people to just like watch really quickly on this one. The instant I pass by this section of this wrap, this thing right here, I am now trapped in this middle section. I understand that the wrap goes in the other way, so I just have like that area to work with, but I am now like constrained for like how much area I can control on the map. And it is thankfully the area where this snail is, but I want as a queen to be in this area as little as possible, especially this area right here. This middle area is what we like to call in the KQB community the trap house. If the queen enters the trap house and the opponent has military to cover all of the sections, the queen cannot escape without killing a warrior. That is so powerful for military.
Hey, hate to cut in here. Gabe, are you gonna be ready to go?
Yep.
Alright, cool. I just want to make sure that the people here, they know sort of what's going on and what you need, and you've briefed everyone?
Yes, we will be going live on the... For anybody who is not aware, we will be going live on the MagFest 8 channel.
Okay.
So if you are not comfortable, please let me know. But otherwise, we're just going to get started on just practice rounds, just playing sparring matches, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're just going to quickly overview everything that
Cool.
we've discussed in the last 3 hours.
Yep, the last thing that I want to point out for this map that's super important is the gun. Once you establish military presence, the gun goes from a kind of a niche role to the most important role on the map. The gun here is able to handle 4 different venues at the same approximate time. They can control the area where the snail is. They control the top section for when the queen has to drop down to take gates. They can control the area that is like where the berries can be trying to get up in here, which means that they can stop berries from being able to be moved up if they switch to berries, or can guard berries that are trying to be pressured. And finally, the top section right here, this area is where the queen wants to hang out the most because they're safest there. They have the ability to be able to juke things out, drop down to hit like a gate if needed, and be able to like maneuver around their opponents. So like, the gun is just super powerful once you have the other military pieces up. You want to get at least one other sword or mace to accompany that gun to protect it. Woody, other thoughts on this map?
No, I agree.
How do you control the speed of your mace swing? Sometimes I get a slow swing.
You can.
So you can't, but it spins upwards, actually. So it starts off slow, going in the opposite direction of where you're facing, and eventually speeds up to its maximum velocity before it stops. And we talked a little
I thought
bit.
I just had bad RNG.
I mean, there's RNG associated with it because of the fact that there is internet stuff here going on. So the location of the map of the mace specifically can be a little bit different depending on which client you're on when you're over long distances. So the randomness of the RNG is whether or not it hits something, not how fast it's going. You're more likely to hit something when it's going faster.
So I have a question about that as well. The mace hitbox starts rotating towards the back. Where does which side of the body does the mace hitbox start on? I wasn't paying enough attention to see where it starts.
Just directly in front of your character's face, which means the direction you're facing dictates not only what direction it is, but where you're attacking.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, so in the interest of time, I'm going to swap away from Spire, and we're going to hit Split Juniper. Let's go and lock in there.
Which is my favorite map.
Split Juniper is the most technical map in the game. It is, I also think, in my opinion, it's the most difficult map in the game. But it's based on my skill set and the things that I do. Split Juniper has 2 berry locations that you need to fill both of to be able to win. It also has those berries aligned in a wrap that is a tunnel. On top of that, it has every weapon type in the game and every upgrade type in the game. It's the only map where all of those are present. So, the strategy for this map is to try to fill the top section of berries as fast as possible because berries pool on the bottom section. Any thrown berries that don't do anything will eventually float down there. And as we talked about earlier, with pooling being a thing you have to consider, like, it's really hard to defend against the last berries being on the low compared to the high. So you want to do top berries really fast. On top of that, Snail is interesting on this map because it's all going through the middle, right around where the sword gates are. It's a nice alternative when you are like when you're behind on berries. So switching to Snail can be effective if you have military and you're trying to be able to do something while your opponent is doing shit. Who won? You did. Okay.
I felt like I got it, but I didn't know why.
A weird zone.
It is a weird zone
That's
because the
kinda
hitboxes are
weird.
for both.
Tired of
ways.
it, honestly. Like
Yeah.
it's like your knee. Like what?
Yeah, it's weird because it like the direction that you approach from on Queen Clashes oftentimes really matters.
I'm gonna give you the question mark for that. So the opens on this map, the queen wants to open, like control the opens for like the berries to funnel in because your team wants to do those berries so badly. The other option is to like try to escort for sword, but that gives your opponent who's doing 2-co, like two berry runners at once. It just gives them the advantage for how the map usually plays out. So, as a result, Bricebot got me.
Bricebot was like walking through the grass like 6 seconds.
It is like the bot on this map is not necessarily efficient. Oh, by the way, like getting berries through on the map, one thing you can do is if people are guarding the front of your hive, you can go through the back of their hive to be able to throw berries in your hive.
Oh.
Yeah.
The wrap is super important in this map. The 3 locations it at, the middle, the top, and the bottom. It's all super important.
It catches everybody. I've never not seen somebody get caught off guard by somebody just came from the other side, because there's so much to pay attention to, especially with having both the hive is split, so your attention is inherently split an additional path.
You will have to, like, one thing the blue team is doing right now very quickly is even though the queen was, like, was killed and gold team has control over the center, they're still pushing berries in, which, you know, you're losing a lot of your lives there, but at least you're moving berries towards the center if you can get them up there. So it's like...
Go, Bricebot! You'll get through that grass eventually.
I was thinking of killing him just to, like, give you guys an advantage there.
He's doing it again!
There it is.
Why is he doing it?
Okay.
Why does he have sword and go to the grass?
So,
All right, we're coming up on the switch over.
Yep. All right.
We're a minute up.
So that's split
Alrighty.
Juniper. Let's see. Should we just do the switch over and then do the last map, or do you want to like just stop it right there? Not cover nesting thoughts.
We can do the switch over, finish up on that, and then go into the wrap or the summary.
Okay.
The recap.
All right.
Apparently, I need to be your friend first, Woody, before I can get into you guys.
All right.
Oh, we have an 8th player. Excellent.
I can
Yes,
I can
I've
send
been
you.
waiting here for some time.
Sorry about that. What's your liquid ID?
What's a liquid ID?
It is your user ID. So if you go in the top left of like where all your friends are and stuff, directly beneath your username, if it says Steam, it's your Steam name. You'll have like a little thing you can copy. What is that number? It'll be your name, hashtag numbers.
Oh, my number is hashtag 9958.
Okay.
It's the same as my Discord, except there's a hyphen in it instead of a space.
What is the rest of it? What's on the left of the numbers?
Shadow_Kaze, hashtag 9955.
I found you.
Very good.
Sending you a friend invite. You can go and accept that, and I will get you into this game.
Sweet. Alrighty then.
Bunny, am I good to go to start broadcasting?
Give me 2 seconds.
Shadow Kaze,
Alright.
you'll need to
Yeah.
accept
We're still
the
setting up, so.
Yep, you're good to go. You can
Alrighty.
switch over.
Where's the thing?
As soon as we get Shadow Kaze in here, I will go live.
Where's the thing in the top left? You'll see a little invite from the envelope.
I see it.
Click on that.
Accept
Accept my
invite,
thing.
Accept.
I see
Yep.
you.
You should just take the place of the bot.
Sweet. Custom match. Join. Got it.
All right, and we are going live in 3, 2, 1.
Gabriel,
And, if there are any technical yep, I just counted down.
Okay.
If there are any technical foibles, let me know.
Gabe, do you want to, since you're hosting this event technically, would you like to give a quick thing about what we're doing here?
Hey, folks. Welcome to Killer Queen Black Flight School. We have been doing this for about 3 hours now, but for this demonstration, we're just going to be following up on the lessons that we have been teaching this afternoon. For anybody that hasn't been able to, sorry, I just had an ad start playing on the MagFest Twitch. I hope nobody else got caught by that.
Same. It got me too.
Oh, I'll wait about 30 seconds for that to pass. That's really poor timing. Thanks, Twitch. If anybody else can hear me, that is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate timing that Twitch decided to put an ad there.
Are we calling this section exhibitions or just basically
Yes.
free play?
These are free play exhibition matches.
Okay.
Let me know when the ad is clear.
Well, the ad will be different depending on when you join. Everybody who joins will have that ad.
So we're good. We should just go
Yeah,
ahead and get going.
All right. So thanks everybody for coming out. We're just going to start some exhibition matches. We will very quickly recap what we have been teaching over the past 3 hours. If you missed it, you can catch up on the QP Mini Bosses Twitch channel for any of these lessons that we have discussed. We have discussed very much in length the goals of Killer Queen Black, the specific maps, certain techniques that you can use to reach an intermediate level, because this is a beginner's course on Killer Queen, and so this should help you improve your skills up to an intermediate level, and then mostly from there, if you just take the lessons that we have applied, you can get yourself up to start learning more advanced techniques.
Before we get started, we should probably introduce the two queens that we have on cast. I'll start on that one. Hi everyone, my name is Arguas. I am a member of the QP Mini Bosses crew. We do sports casting for all of the Indie Gaming League matches for Killer Queen Black. I am a representative of the community, and I am here to be able to just make more people see just how amazing of a game this is. Going from start to scratch. I will be queening in the exhibition matches on the blue side today. With me is Woody, the KQA queen. Basically, I think you are a nationals champion queen on the KQA level.
Yeah, in arcade I won Double Dash 4, the most recent one.
Mm-hmm. All right, Woody, tell us about yourself.
My name is Woody. I'm here with Killer Queen Flight School, which is a channel that I run and manage that does tutorial content for Killer Queen Arcade and Killer Queen Black. You can find us on Twitch and YouTube at twitch.tv/Killer Queen Flight School. It's Killer Queen Flight School everywhere. But yeah, so we are just excited to be here, partnering with everybody, doing some instructional content on KQB. I'm excited to play some games.
All right. Let's go ahead and get started with that. So you and I can just basically just talk about like some of the stuff that we were just covering here and there. The teams have already been set up. I've enabled all maps, no special stuff. So yeah, Woody, why don't you get started with like just how would you summarize the strategy, like what's going on with this game? What's the strategy? Start off with like how do you win the game, and then like what generally speaking we should be trying to do as captains of our individual teams.
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, you're always trying to push one of the two objectives, berries or snail. And to do that, you want to have enough military to facilitate that operation without slowing it down significantly. So you'll get up different types of sword, gun, and mace warriors, depending on the map, to help protect and facilitate those objectives. So here on Tally Fields, either objective is pretty viable, snail or berries. So but most of the time you should be looking to get these bases up soon or in open, because they're really critical for all the spaces. Ooh, that was good.
Spicy.
Yeah, that was like a super bait.
I was waiting for you to do it. All right, so as what he's alluding to, like the two objectives on this map are snail and berries. What that means is if we can, the blue team can fill all the holes in this little hive here where the queen is, all of them up, we win. If the snail that the rider was on just a second ago gets all the way to the blue map, we win that way. If I die 3 times, the gold team wins, and same for the gold team's queen. So we're trying to be able to push against all those at the same time. On tally fields in particular, both of those strategies being viable means that like we have to try to move the berries to the appropriate location at any given time, while going and killing off the people who would be, standing in our way. So that's basically what I've been doing over here. I've just been going and killing the person who's the gun on the gold side. Over here, I'm tagging gates, which means that workers can bring the berries to those gates to get upgrades, as long as the gates are of that color. So that's there. I have to try to bait this out. That queen is being really annoying. There we go. Woody, good job of being annoying. I'm on last life.
Thanks, no problem.
So you can tell that the queen is on their last life when they're based on the number of eggs that they have in their hive. So I'm on my last life now. I've died twice because my eggs are cleared. Now, I managed to kill Woody, putting him on last. Oh, but Dominace comes by, swings the mace into my head, getting the last kill for the gold team victory. All right. So matches in Killer Queen Black are like a minute to 2 minutes usually. Long matches are like 4 minutes long because this game is so intense during that time period. The longest match I have seen is a real match is 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, mine was like 7:27 or something like that.
Yeah, that was a long
Yeah,
game.
Back during West, we had a match that I believe lasted 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, that was KC. That was a great match. Great showcase. All these berry stuns over here are really kind of annoying me. So there's certain types of upgrades that warriors can get, like basically speed or shield. And you get once you when you get those upgrades, the berries can still be held, so you can still get upgrades. But once you take a weapon in your hand, you can't carry berries anymore. So that means that the upgrades are stackable. Nice job, by the way, with tracking on that, Woody.
I was scared the whole time.
Yeah, I thought that was going to kill you at the very end of that. But that's okay. Nice job.
Yeah, so you can see how much of a snail-assisted military victory this is. Like 2 kills happen in the snail space.
So the other thing of note here is that every team is composed of a queen and 3 workers. The queen is permanently military and is like crazy maneuverable and agile. The workers are slower, but they have more. They can push objectives, unlike the queen, and they can get upgrades to make them faster. So they can become very, very threatening. This one here. Let's see. So what I was saying at the very start of this, like, now that we've talked about the game's basic, like, mechanics, the way you really win at this game is that this is a game about space control and pressure, and efficiency. So efficiency in the sense of your action efficiency makes it so that you're able to be more effective at controlling space, which is the veins of how you can push your objectives, including military. Military, like, workers and queens can temporarily apply pressure such that an objective cannot be completed. So you can use your pressure to move your opponent's queen around or your opponent's workers around, and efficiently doing that is how you can become more effective at your game. Let's see. We talk about in the we can go a lot more in detail about this in the cast from 3 hours up until now. But baits and traps and things where you can try to, like, lure your opponent to make a bad move are important ways to be able to win. Like, Woody has punished me twice for going into areas that I should not have gone into and being there at the right time, controlling space around me. And look at that, Dominace. When the queen forced me to move in one direction, Dominace came from the other side to be able to go and whack me when I could not attack anymore. So that was great pressure coming from that side of the gold team.
Yeah, it's kind of the logical consequence of whenever you are pushing an objective successfully is that it becomes like a magnet, this locus of focus that draws everything else in to pay attention to it. And then if you are being smart about that, you can punish people for trying to stop your objective.
Mm-hmm. And the great thing about this game is that, like, while it's kind of simple in concept of versus 3 objectives, just try to find a way to win them all, there are a lot of small nuances to it that can swing games in your favor because of pressure, space, and efficiency. Let's see. Let's go ahead and start with these teams. So, by the way, Gabe, would you, let's keep an eye on the mag chat to see if there's any questions. Like, at any time that that people who are watching this game have any questions about what's going on, I'd be happy to answer them, or Woody would be happy to answer them.
Absolutely. Yeah, so if anybody wants to leave any questions in the MagFest 8 chat, go ahead and do so. That'll be the place I will be looking for questions.
Yeah, this is like a thing where like we're not MagFast. There's no like donations to the main Mag 8 or anything like that we have to worry about, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
All right, cool. And here's that middle section we were talking about. Woody controls his spacing enough so that he'll bait me when going low.
Nice, Arquaz!
But
Let's go.
I tracked you because I was still on iframes. It was wonderful. All right, let's get the berries out of here.
I was looking for you on the iframes. We were both going for like the same thing. It was nice.
Get that. Oh, bait. Nice. 4 berries out for the gold team. 1 left to go. The berries are all like pooled up, so if we can get someone to kind of like space against that, that'd be great. So yeah, this being it's a team game, like comms are the way you're communicating is very important to like navigating around what your objectives are, where you should be applying pressure, and who's doing what. Like people will typically be assigned various roles for what they're supposed to do, and they'll let us know it's like what objective is changing because our eyes can't be literally everywhere in the screen at the same time. 2 berries left for the blue team. Oh, it's been that. Yeah, that was nice clear. Oh. The blue team was while we were close on the berry objective. Gold took down the person who was guarding the with a goalie for the gold side, which forced me to come in to try to deal with it, and I failed because of spacing from Woody, who did a superior job of keeping height.
Akudabar has a decent question. They ask, what's party communication like in KQB? I have only ever played in solo queue. So we could demonstrate by just give us orders during a match to demonstrate how you communicate.
All right.
Okay, Sven, get left gate here. I'm gonna look at these tiles on these drones. Great, we've got them locked out right now. Ooh, we go down. Consort, look to get up right.
I'm up with sword speed. Speed sword.
Whoa. Okay, I'm on second life, but they don't have anyone up yet. I'm going to tag right, and I'm going to look to come over to left. Great, still denies, but they're probably going to get the speed sword. Yeah, they get the speed sword up. Ooh, I'm on last life. All right.
Okay, so
the
blue team
aren't super important, but they're in existence.
Their speed sword is down.
Great, they're wiped. I'm tagging right. I'm on last. Arquaz still has a spare life. Nice, great catch. Okay, we can definitely win on mill. Full mill was a great call. Good job.
Woody is also on last on the blue team side, so let's see if we can try to get people up on the left gate. I'm gonna try to clear out Sven right now. Dukeness, you can go and do your thing. Just like, just watch for those gates to be able to try to get that last one.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm being a slippery son. Let's do it. Yeah!
Yeah.
Wait, which one is it? I can't tell. Oh, the gold team. I thought I caught your foot. Oh, no. Great job from the gold team.
Yeah, the hitboxes are not well defined in this game.
It's because of the fact that it's over the internet and like people can be in very different places. I'm not sure where you all are coming from. Like some people are on the East Coast and we're connected on a West server. So
yeah,
like
I can confirm too. I've played this in a full like 8-person lobby offline, and it's much more like consistent with the offline. It's just the connection is a little bit of a jitter sometimes.
So a follow-up on the previous, they were actually asking more specifically in competitive, is it more balanced or is there a bias towards certain conditions? And it depends on the map. Certain maps, it's better to go, split between distracting with the snail to put pressure on the other team. In other maps, so like for this map, snail is actually fairly competitive, because if you can, especially in the early section where it's in the middle, the queen can't get in there as easily, and so that early pressure can definitely put a lot of competitive edge on snail. Whereas if they instead go more economic, you can put berries in from whatever side, and look, they're about to take it. So because we weren't focusing on that, they took the economic big. Oh, and family portrait. Well done.
Family portraits when you have all 4 members of your team in the victory frame at the end, and that carries a carryover from KQA, and it's wonderful.
Ultimate bragging rights.
Okay, so I guess the follow-up question was that about communication about which one is favored? Is like was that the question? I'm a little confused. Or was it just separate? As to like, were they saying objectives are like better on some maps than others or not? Or is it like, yeah, are they two separate questions or is it all one question?
I'm not sure, Akuda, if you want to follow up with, if you want to specify what your focus was in having your question answered. Is one objective just more likely to be focused like in arcade where most matches end on snail?
Got it. Okay. So now I understand your question a little bit more specifically. As it was said, it does depend on which map you're talking about. Because like the focus is going to be, I would say there's a couple of maps that are all pretty much always focused on the queen being the the final objective to be able to complete it, especially for military heavy teams. There are some maps where berries are absolutely always the focus. Like snail is just never really looked at in Split Juniper and Helix Temple, unless you're going off meta and you see a specific narrow opportunity. For nesting flats, or to a certain extent, Black Queen's Keep, like the focus is instead very similar to KQA, where the snail is a location where objectives are kind of pushed through to the end. In terms of the KQA comparison, Woody, you can give me a little bit more context on that one. When I've been playing Killer Queen Arcade, it's not always the focus on snail as much at the end of the game, I feel.
Yeah, in KQA, the high-end games are definitely 3-1 snail, because it's a 5v5 instead of 4v4, so it's 3-1, 3 warriors, 1 snail rider. That's definitely like all of the finals of every major tournament are going to be that way. But a lot of like the mid and even like upper mid tier are like consistent 2-2 berry runners. And so, like, usually snail probably is a focus, but I think for most, like, there's like ragtag games at the bar, berries are really common.
I would imagine it also depends a bit on the map. Like, night map is more berry focused more often in high tournament level play, isn't it?
And on day map, you basically just can't run berries for... It's basically pod, where there's just, like, no... It'd be pod if they didn't have that center pile.
Yeah.
So it's just really hard to get berries up, and plus there's no throws. So you actually do have to go all the way up there. But Night and Dusk, the other two maps, are pretty similar in terms of like how often you see whatever played.
I would say Meat Map feels to me also like a berry map more than a snail map, but...
Meat Map is 100%. Twilight is 100% leveraged in favor of berries, which is... It's actually not played in any tournaments, really.
Yeah, I've asked about that specifically, and like some organizers are like, no one just asks for Meat Map, and other tournaments I've been to have explicitly banned Meat Map, so... I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not viewed as like a competitive map by a large swath of the community that I kind of myself identify as.
Okay, I mean,
is that one of the arcade maps?
Yeah, we're talking explicitly about our arcade map. Day map, night map, dusk map, and meat map are KQA maps. And I asked him that because the question was specifically saying, is it like KQA in which these other things happened? So to make that comparison, I had to kind of jump back.
I think to sum up the comparison, berry victories and berry running is much more common in KQB, especially at the high end of play, by the teams that are like gonna win like major events.
Nice catch. This map is like one of those things we said was a kind of like a very typically a berry map, but obviously when queen things happen, Nice catch.
Also, in KQB military victories are more commonly happen in the early and mid game. Most of the time, military victories in arcade happen when a team is recovering from not having any warriors up, or that they have to die over objective push. And usually it's objective push.
that was dangerous, Woody.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions from the chat at the moment?
Sometimes it feels like my invincibility frames hit super early.
They do actually.
Not so much question.
We talked about this a little bit earlier. So invincibility frames, if you're a worker, they will disappear immediately as soon as you take a berry. Queen's invincibility frames will disappear the instant they touch a game. Alright, I have to dive away from that blue team. Ooh. Very close. Okay. I will say that, like, in terms of, like, the warrior pressure, like, when you know where to go on a particular map, where, like, it's like KQA in the sense that there's choke points that you can kind of control as a warrior to be able to stop objective pressure from going on, and, like, for me, as a queen, my mobility can be most stifled when opponents are able to best put themselves in the right place to block me. And that definitely happened a bunch here, so well done on the gold team for that. I'm gonna just different.
Yeah, I think warrior pressure is the only part of this that I really fully understand, because it's basically just fighting game spacing in a different format, so it's like, I can get that.
It's the thing about that is, like, it's a fighting game with, like, a 4v4 at the same time, right?
Right.
I equate it more to chess in my earlier comparisons. In the sense that, like, we have pieces, and the pieces have different values associated with them. You can make trades that are, like, higher value in general, that you kind of, like, want to take care of. Like, for example, I will trade a sword for a speed mace any day of the week. Like, because speed mace, in general, is, like, I would consider it to be, like, a 2-point value, whereas the sword is a 1-point value based on the amount of time it takes to build it, and usually where it's located and how you get those pieces. And you can set up trades by baiting, like, you know, you have a speed, like what I did right there. On the blue side, we had a speed warrior that Woody really wanted to kill, and I took note of that, and I defended my speeder by jumping on top of him. Even though Woody got the speeder, I killed him, which is, like, a good trade for the blue team. This is, of course, assuming that all of the people who are on my team are equal skill and know what we're on the same page about. Woody's on last, so let's finish that up, I guess. Dominace, would you mind making sure that you are blue ledge here? Stop the last couple berries from coming in. Ooh, good catch.
We have another question from Akuda. How would you describe the combat between queens? It felt to me a lot more like footsies and less about positioning.
So it's both. I think that in a static thing, if you put the two queens against each other and have that be their entire focus, I believe the game's all about footsies. And Woody will definitely talk about queen footsies being a thing. However, positioning comes into play a lot more when the rest of the team is involved. Pressure will be, like, you need to alleviate that pressure when, like, a snail's about to go across, or, like I was saying a little bit earlier, a particular piece the queen wants to go and, like, pick off. You can use that as bait to be able to hit them. And in those points, positioning is more important than just the footsies themselves.
Stay high.
Stay high, yes. The stay high principle from KQA applies to KQB. It's just it's not quite the dominating rule that it is in that context.
Yeah, the
Woody.
safest you can be as a queen is have your head on a ceiling.
Yes and no, because it depends on which ceiling you're on, but the general gist of what you're saying is true. Woody, did you have any other thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think it's mostly footsies, the queen battle. Positioning is important, but
Can you define these?
I think it's just really easy
Footsie
for
and positioning.
Oh yeah, sure. Footsies would be like that you are close to an opponent, you're trying to, like, bait out their attack range and play with, like, each other, whereas positioning is like which section of the map you're on, like what type of space that you're occupying at that time. So, like, one of them's the dance and the other is the ballroom. But as I think about it, I'm just like, There's definitely a lot. Like, that's all footsies. Like, none of that was positioning. Neither of us were in, like, an inferior place. It's just footsies around a point of interest, the gate.
I disagree with that. I was able to be in a position where I could beat you because of the fact that I started off higher in the, like, around that gate. And
Well,
you
I could have been higher. I'm the same height as you. You can't get higher than me here.
Not right now.
Me going down here is me forfeiting that space for, like, a rise bait, right?
Yep.
Which, to me, that's footsies. Like, me choosing to go down to, like, bait you high or something.
Sure, there's also the factor of like what the rest of your team is doing right there, where that positioning is going to matter. If I clash against you, for example, and you have a warrior behind me, that warrior's going to go and get that kill. So, to me, like that's positioning more than footsies. Like I said,
I agree with that.
Queen,
Teaming up with other teammates is definitely a positioning dynamic.
Yeah, Queen v Queen, more footsies. Queen team v team, more positioning.
Yeah. Nesting, you'll get a lot of positioning kills as a queen. Just based on like which pathings everyone chooses to take.
Good double kill with that mace, Shadow.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there we go, got you.
All right, Gold, we definitely got to run this snail back. No!
There's a heart there, and I believe you win.
Oh dear.
Yep, we got it.
Oh, so to kind of process what you guys are saying, would you say it's more like if the queens are like approaching in a neutral environment, it's definitely more of a footsies thing, but like the idea is to get your opposing queen in a position where they can't fight you from a neutral environment, and you have an advantage to which makes that footsies game easier.
Yes.
That's where snail pressure comes from, is that when you push them into a position where they have to go in because there's no other option, they're about to lose the game because it's going to cost the goal, then doesn't matter how good your footsies are, if you have like 2 warriors and a queen coming after you, you're not going to block a ball.
Ooh! That berry stun was, so close to being devastating. Also, Woody, what the hell was that?
What'd I do?
I mean, I was sure I had you right there. And like, the thing is, like, the height positioning was there. Sort of tapped my foot here.
I've been working on that one. I got killed a bunch of times by Penguin that way, where like you just start to rise like away from their dash, and you just barely avoid their dash range. And then you get like a quick dive on them because they're right there.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, how's the kid keep killing me? Let's see what's going on.
I'm catching you in like similar footsies, so like that's definitely a thing too. All right, here we go. Now right there, I thought I did the U thing of like pulling you into the area where you were available for me to attack, and I just didn't quite get that punish.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna get me there.
Like again, like that particular thing feels a lot like positioning to me, but I guess it's still footsies.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point.
I think it kind of depends on where you draw the line too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's kind of a definitional thing. Or
yeah,
semantics.
I doubt you're gonna get everybody to agree.
And Gold wins it by berries. Also, I'm snubbing you, Sven, by giving my life over to Woody for the victory.
I didn't know we had ran all the bottoms, honestly.
You also, like, your last berry was in the hive, so, like, there was no way for us to win. We had no possible way.
No, those are all military victories. Every single one of them.
Yep, you guys kicked my ass each of those times. Actually, can I say that on stream? I'm sorry.
I think we're fine.
Okay.
It is mature audiences only, so butt should be fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, all 1 viewers.
I actually have more viewers on the QP mini bosses stream. I've got 7 over here than compared to the main mag stream.
Argos, press down for a second.
We have 17
sure.
viewers. Alright.
Yeah, this will allow me to be able to talk a little bit more as well, so that's cool. So I think we've covered a lot of the basics of this game as time has gone on. What else we should cover as part of our summary?
What haven't we covered? Let's see.
I mean, I haven't talked about like all the nitty gritty like ways you do footsies in this summary section. We did a lot of that earlier. But like, is there something specifically we should talk about there aside from like the footsies?
Well, we can talk about the different weapons. We haven't really spoken as much about them.
Sure. So there's 3 weapons in this game. They are the sword, the mace, and the gun. Different maps will have different weapons available in each of the gates at different positions. So the sword allows you to kind of like lunge in the same way the queen is able to do it. And it carries your momentum, and it's always horizontal. So this makes the sword kind of an aggressive tool that allows you to chase people and kill things along the way. The mace, which no one really has... Oh, wait, there, Shadow Kaze has it. No, he's going speed. Okay. The mace is an object that kind of like rotates around you and starts slow and then builds up momentum. This means that as that mace does its thing, you'll have a smaller area to be able to play with, but it's bigger than the sword spaces. So, as a result, the mace tends to be a pretty defensive weapon. It holds a choke point, and it encourages people to chase you. And finally is the gun, which is the big spacing component of this. Like, the gun has like a 4 or 5 second cooldown. I don't remember which one it is, but it's a long cooldown in which you cannot take any actions, but it fires horizontally and goes about 90% of the map, exactly a distance of a queen dash away, in terms of like how much less of the map it covers. So the gun allows you to be able to get reach and like allows you to poke without giving up your like position to be vulnerable. But if you ever get to the point where people can be melee, it's really hard to be able to not die. Dominace's thirsty for you over there, Woody.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go first. Nice, nice job.
That was really good.
I keep forgetting what color I am because I switched teams, and I'm like around all these orange guys, like, hi, friends.
That's very funny.
Yeah, I switch teams every round.
I just play with my name displayed above me. All the names. So
Oh yeah, same.
I have
So
that
I
on
know
too.
which
I
one.
just haven't adapted to it yet. Like I'm not looking for it. I'm still looking at colors.
Doing all the bind throws here. Let's get some more berries in. Nice job, Dupeness. Berries in here. Dominace is on last, so let's see if we can try to get up some more military to support him. Alright, I'm gonna ledge. Ledge down, ledge down. Four up. Left. Once again has no ledge. Dominace, I'm coming in the top. Actually, we got one up here. Hold it for a bit. Alright, we lost ledge again. Going to the right side. Okay, at the, yep, okay. Stunned him. One berry left on blue side only. Ooh, nice try. There it is.
Oh,
Nice job, blue team.
Nice throw.
Whew. I almost had it with that first throw, but you body blocked the berry.
It's good stuff.
I had couple lucky ones where I got killed and the berry still flew into a hole.
Mm-hmm. Like, we had a couple berries going there together, and they bounced off each other, and that helped to be able to get into the hole, so I'll take it.
I think we have another question in the chat as well
Yeah.
from Bosco.
Okay, Bosco, what's up?
So, any commentary on spacing or movement tactics with the wrapping of space with the map?
Yeah, it's a complex way to say it, but I think what you're saying is true. Like, the way the wrap kind of moves here is, like, because of the fact that there's, like, a decent amount of space in this game and you can only pay attention to, like, a certain number of things at once, it's, like, there's an attention aspect of this where the wraps kind of help make it possible to be able to get kills you wouldn't normally have, and that's part of positioning. Got him. Headshot!
Point blank.
Nice.
Thanks for stepping in as Queen Dominace. Now I have, like, I feel like I have less to, like, think about as I'm trying to talk and try to focus on Queen at the same time, so this worked
You don't
out
have to
nicely.
worry about dying 3 times in a minute.
Exactly, right?
Bosku followed up as well. I was even thinking of general movement or dropping berries, which there's a couple places where you can throw berries across the wrap, right? To make berry collection faster or deny berries.
Absolutely. Like, the fact that berries can be thrown in this game is, like, one of the big things that changes it from KQA perspective. So, on Tally Map where we were just on, there's, like, I would say there's 5 total berry patches where you can directly make throws that will in some way impact the hive. And that's a lot.
Oh, they also said sometimes easier to drop a level than climb all the way up to hive base. Yeah, especially with screen wrap, depending on the map.
That's true. With Queen as well, that is especially true. You don't have to worry about platforms as Queen in terms of, like, needing to use them to be able to get up in space. And part of the pathing you have to do as a worker or warrior is to, like, think about what's the shortest path between where I am right now and what my objective is that I'm trying to do. And follow that. And the spatial awareness of, like, where the maps are is something you also kind of have to consider for, like, figuring out what is that shortest path. Our exhibition time is until 5 p.m. PST, 8 p.m. EST, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
we have 21 more minutes.
All right, so we have a 20-minute warning for any of the other stuff that we're trying to do here. Alright, Gabe is doing the queening. Woody, you're specifically hunting me. Okay. Spawn kill. Woody over here playing the whack-a-mole game. Eventually gets me, though.
That was so funny.
It was great. I liked it.
Good job, Concert.
Well, they're all military, so that means they can't push the snail back.
That is true.
Oh, jeez. This is a dangerous position.
Yes, it is. You were in the
Full
middle of
mill.
all of that.
That all military was on me. I should have probably looked around before I grabbed that last sword.
Especially on my favorite map to push the snail on.
It's okay to be able to go all mill when your opponent has 1 queen life left.
That's
perfectly fine
true.
too. I've seen
just
teams
have-
that just care about mill, and their entire thing is, even if the opponent is on 2 lives, like 3 lives, we'll go all mill and just try to have that be our thing. But it relies on A, team coordination, and B, the queen will be in the position to be able to be killed in like that. On some maps, it's kind of impossible. All right, thanks for the coverage up top.
Ugh, sword and board.
Both queens in. Spawn kill. I got your back. Nope.
Oh, jeez.
Just
No.
a little bit spacing.
Last on each.
Yep. This is it. And yep, that's it.
Good kill, Sven.
Okay.
Everyone. So Akuda's asking, maybe do a round with everyone on comms. Everyone is allowed to speak. They are in the in our Discord chat. If you
I'm
wanna,
just not sure what
speak
to
up and ask-
communicate.
Well, so
Well, you can say what you're doing.
You know what?
Like if you.
That's a question we should, like, I think answer of, like, you know, if I'm playing KQB and I'm on my team, what should my comms be? Well, the first thing of note is, like, you know, where everyone is going to be trying to go. And, like, the comms also should be, like, what our team strategy should be, like, what the difference is between where we're at and
They've
where
gone
we
on
need
the
to be.
military.
Exactly, they're all mill.
All
so
mill.
the comms at this point should be like, okay, I'm gonna be holding X Gabe.
Never mind.
If I was to be there working with Gabe, the comms that I should have had were like, I will, I'm sword and board, I'm gonna hold left gate. Gabe, try to lure the queen in, and let's go and take out the queen. Or better yet, let's all right, form up on left, form up on right, form up on top.
Nope.
One of those things.
We got a full disconnect. Oops.
Yep. Let's the join code's still the same for the people who joined in with that. Let me go and add in the people I directly put in. Dupeness, I think that I can add you to the custom.
Okay.
You also have the
Shadow
code.
Kaze.
I'm here.
Okay. Who are we missing? Dominace, maybe?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Dom is the only one.
Okay.
There's still one person who hasn't joined the Discord channel.
It's probably Dominace, because he was messaging me via PM. Let's see, 1 second. All right, he's Dominace is out, so he is done for the session. He's so we got 60 minutes left. Let's add a bot in for the remainder.
Sure.
Or if anyone else who wants to be, who is in the stream chat, who would like to join in, we can also do that.
Akuda, do you own Killer Queen Black? Or
It's
Bosku?
like $10 on Steam. Bosku, come here, Gary.
I like playing on the Switch because then I can use
We can put in a bot for now.
Okay.
They can always join mid and replace the bot. I believe it does so automatically.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That is something that was in a couple patches ago.
You join mid-match and you replace the bot.
Cool.
Oh, Akuda.
As long as you have the invite code.
Akuda, you can DM me on Discord and I can send you the code. This is, you would DM Gabe Sweetman on Discord. I think we may have already had a DM open.
So I'm kind of just slamming berries right now.
Yep. The only, like, okay, so let's actually go ahead and activate comms again. So on pod, like, what I like to do for that one is dictate, like, where people are kind of, like, going for the opens. I like to go to the far sword gate and the close sword gate for the two people we have. Someone can start berries, if they wish, but my goal at that start of that is usually to get everyone up. So, we can do that. For this one, can I get one person on the middle, try to do some berry control? I'm gonna go try to handle Mace on the top left. Waiting for Woody to kind of, like, sweep in. There we go.
Alright, so I'm just kind of chucking in berries in the middle.
Okay. At this point, our mill's all down, so if we can get the remaining person to get up on a gate, I'm on right now, just holding up on that. Woody's gonna chase me.
Alright.
Back.
But you're stale, dude. But you're stale.
Snail.
Yeah, we should put one, oh, we have two up. Yeah, we should just pull back.
I'm gonna go in for Shadow Kaze. Oh, missed him. Yeah, the momentum here is something that we can definitely disrupt on Woody's side. Shadow Kaza down.
Alright, I'm back on berries for a moment.
Alright. Their berries are like really good too. So let's try to get up on the left gate.
Oof.
3 berries left.
Look out!
Looking at the left. Go.
I'm up.
Pressure's on C. Pressure's on me, basically. Like, I'm just gonna hang out with you for a little bit here. Let's go and ledge together, Gabe. Try to get. There we go. Nice. They're on last. We have a win con now. We have to hold the snail with the. Okay, our gun's down. Let's. Gun's gate's still available, so take it if you can get it. Let's lure Woody down. There it is. There's the one.
Good comeback.
Nice comeback.
Thank you.
Huh?
That's the power of communication.
Yep.
We were behind on
We have
like
a game
every
plan.
aspect.
We were, and the thing about that is, like, when I was able to direct resources a little bit better, I think we were able to, like, fight against them. But at the same time, since they're in the same channel as us, like, they get to hear our comms. So, Woody
Yep.
took my bait.
I almost didn't say 3 berries left because I was like, ooh, if they're paying attention.
Hello, fellow gold members. Woody's on second. Got him again. He's on last. Get someone up, please. Like, I know we're doing triple eco, but...
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a weapon here.
Alright.
I can't get off the snail. What?
You were...
Oh yeah, if you're eating someone, you can't get off the snail.
Correct.
Yeah, you're tethered as soon as you start eating.
Oh, nice.
Darn. I'm sorry. I got stuck on there and I couldn't get to a gate.
I went to the only gate that was blue and got a weapon.
Yep, exactly.
I had to run all the way to the other corner of the map.
Well, thank you for your service. It allowed me to be able to fight Woody. Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna go for early sword.
Okay. Oh! Get out of there.
Oh, or not.
At the same time, like, yeah, you wanted to take that gate. But you got, ooh, Woody. Nice clashes. That was very dangerous, but you got it.
Oh.
I've been trying to practice that punish. It's really, I find it to be really hard to get the spacing absolutely correct. Nice kill. I'm on last. Our berries are okay. We got 6 left to go. Woody's also on last.
He's on last. They're both on last.
Alright, let's do escorts. Just try to get our last couple berries on the top taken care of. Then we can worry about the bottoms.
Okay.
Both of our mills down. We have to go and get them back up again.
Oh!
Or some of them. Dupeness coming in the top is fine, but we need someone. Thank you. We need a mace. The gun's good if I can work with you. You know, that whole thing a little from earlier about having speed makes you rise faster. I kind of forgot about that and just trying to get away from Coods. I should definitely just punish that.
You were the one saying speed mace is so good.
It is. You're right.
It is. I went after that twice.
It's my favorite.
Speed mace is fun. On some maps, it's like really hard to get the pieces because they're coming from different gates, but it's a thing.
Oh, looks like a Kuda made it in. I only just noticed. I assume that is Coods on the map.
Coods got, yep, he got that from the sword. Oh, you're talking about in Discord.
In the match, yeah.
Yep, okay. Oh, right, that was the person who disconnected a little bit earlier. Yep.
Yeah.
No, actually, it was, yeah, I understand now. Technically not correct.
What?
I sacrificed my life for the queen.
Middle gate's ours. Taking the snail back. Looking left gate. They have a speed sword up.
You got it.
Which one? It's
You
me.
got it. You got it.
Yes.
Oh,
wow.
That game 5 hype came down to a coin toss.
Well, you hit his knee, and he hit your nothing. So.
The rising kill oftentimes wins that trade.
Though it's sometimes it does come down to lag.
Mm-hmm. It does. I think we have time for one more match in our showcase here.
Yes.
Okay.
We should be able to fit one more in.
Thank you all for joining us. This has been a really fantastic time. And Woody, this is the most footage we've had for Killer Queen Flight School, but I feel like we've encapsulated all of Flight School except for like the last 2 pieces in 3 hours.
Yeah, it does feel like we've gone over everything.
I think we skipped one map. Which one was that?
So I skipped Pod because that one we had done in a previous Flight School. Like we went over in extreme detail, but we missed Nesting Flats for this one for the summary.
Hmm.
Nesting Flats being the one that is basically the definitive snail map in the game at this point.
Right.
Yeah. With all of the wraps everywhere, the most open map in the game, with a little mail slot for flight only that is really difficult to be able to hit. Like, it's close to the most technical map in the game. I think second only to Split Juniper. Which is unfortunate. That's why we didn't get to go over it in detail.
Yeah, the mail slot is definitely like the hardest thing to like. You have to practice that as a queen to make use of it.
Before, while I was waiting for people, that was like the thing I was working on yesterday. Super dangerous, and I end up doing the Woody bait. Alright. Good attempt to, like, make use of spacing, by the way. They're on last berries on the bottom. Okay, Shadow Case, could you come down here and ledge against that? Thanks. Watch them coming from the other side, too, not just the front. We'll get another one up. Okay, Queen's on last. Let's get another one up on... Look at any gate. Yeah, get in there, get in there. Sven is in. Alright, here we go.
Defenseless.
Watch the back.
Almost there.
Oh! Woody! Damn it!
That also worked. I was in the hole too.
Yeah, you were in the hole. Our snail was like a little bit too far out for it to matter, and Woody and I were just dueling for last life. That was so close.
That could have been it. Yeah.
I'm so glad I didn't.
God, I'm sorry, I was muted.
That's so sad.
I was talking the whole game and I was muted. I was like, Gabe, I'll cover you. Go, go.
Oh, nice kill.
Oh, snail.
I keep Googling the queen.
Got him.
Oh man.
If I can get a gate, I can help keep that snail
we need
defended.
gates.
Oh, I was like, come on, I've got literally all the gates is blue, and I'm like, oh wait, you're gold.
Oh. I'm going mace.
I should have taken the shorter path there. It was still safe. Ooh.
Oh,
Nice double kill.
Oh my, our claws.
I know, I'm sorry.
These battles are crazy.
alright, I'm grabbing sword now.
Oh, okay.
All right, both queens on last, everyone. Ooh, the bump out for the gate. And I missed.
Oh,
I missed.
Oh,
I hit the button
nice
on the
kill.
top section and just dropped into consort. Ah, the worst.
How come a drone can just push me out of a gate?
Yeah, that's actually
Just a drone.
we didn't cover that. Like we covered body bumping, but you should definitely like. Okay, so drones do have a little bit of power in the sense that when you touch anything like that, and it's not attacking you, you will bump. You and that target will both bump out. So that means that you can just, as another worker, stop someone else from going into a gate by using your physical body. As long as no military gets involved. Which is, I think, a big difference between this game and, well, that was true of KQA for, like, drone-on-drone action, but, like, bumping against a warrior before was, like, always something that could kill the worker, unless it was, like, height above you. So, I think it's very, very different.
Oh!
Fast tracking, very nice. And a hat trick to finish things off after some really good fights.
Yeah, those are some awesome matches.
All right, well, that brings us to a close. So if anybody wants to keep playing, like, hey, I'm down to keep going. But yeah, thank you everyone for showing up. I really appreciate it. I'm hoping to have more Killer Queen related shenanigans in the future. So always feel free to hit me up. I'm always down in both the Mag and the Killer Queen Discords to play some games.
Awesome.
I'm down for
Yeah.
another game.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, so if you guys want to keep going, I will get in touch, see if who's taking our place. But go ahead and I believe the moment somebody starts streaming the next bit of content, it will just replace my stream. So I will keep up until that happens.
Okay. For me though, I need to get going. It's 5 o'clock, and I need to end this 4-hour-long stream. So.
Oh yes.
Thank you everyone who is watching the stream for joining me today, and like all the KQB Flight School lessons. Thank you for the people of MagFest who came in for this small period, and happy to work with you guys. And have a great rest of your day.
Was a pleasure.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta go too. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate putting this on. It was really cool.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thanks for showing us the ropes, guys.
Happy to. Catch y'all soon.
Bye.
Alrighty.